everyone. It may be hard to believe, but just like that, we are back on track. And as you may be able to tell, our production values are through the roof. We now have this official co-host to help us through our journey. Of course, he's not getting paid, but then again, who of us is? And it might just be that voluntarily working is the greatest thing one can do to enhance their spirits. So it remains to be seen how well that works for all the participants here producing this stream, and also the people out in the world doing a similar sort of jobs or doings on their own. Now we are actually having our 18th stream today, so now the stream on info is also updated accordingly. And it's been a few days, but alright, so it has been a few days between the games, but luckily we've learned a thing or two through osmosis or telekinesis or telepathy. Yes, through telepathic means. So it might just be that we are way better players than we used to be in the past. Our aim for today is to try to go through a few games, if that's possible, while entertaining the cat, pictured, and if possible and chance so presents, we will also try to mimic Zura's arena siege tower archer push strategy that we almost were able to pull off the last time, by which I mean that we didn't lose at minute 15, but it took extra 10 or 15 minutes for us to finally conclude that okay, we did our best, and it just wasn't quite enough. Therefore meaning that our arena play has improved quite significantly from the first 10 rounds that we played. And in other news, let's still verify that we are on top of things. Well, based on what I can tell, there are no alerts that we should share with the world regarding the stream, at least. Of course, the world itself is a different matter, but we can get back to that later, or we can go more into details later, since it's very important. Alright, let's first get rid of this achievements list, and then we can also try to remember to hide somebody from the picture before the game actually starts. Alright, but I was supposed to think of things, and one of the things worth mentioning is the Charles T. Magyars book, or the book about him. The port. No, it's Charlie. Luckily, I have a minute. Hello, Zura. Saying greetings and right on time for a match. Welcome. And now you've seen the co-host. And this is the book, or the cover of the book. Where is it? Here? There? Ah. So it's Charlie. Poor Charlie's Almanac is the book in question. And we are almost ready to play. I've read well, I'll get back to that later. This is, I have too much energy and too little time. As per usual. That's not the usual case. Now what we are trying to do here is to be really clever with our start. So we will build that. That's very good. You will go there. Alright, that's the spirit. And then instead of building 2 houses from the get-go, we will try to, like, these are the sort of things that I got envisioned during a dream. So that's what we are trying to do here. Because now we have enough room to produce a few extra villagers. And once we send some of them to the nearby forests, we might just have what it takes to build a house and still be in time for that. Now, this may be wrong, because I was actually planning this for this Zura's very great arena build, since that has 6 on food, and then the 7th goes to the forest. Then I thought that the forest dweller might be the one who would go and build, so the 7th villager might build the house. So this may not apply here too well, but let's see. This is still very exciting. And it's not that I think that I can reinvent the meta or anything of that sort, but I've grown accustomed to build 2 houses from the get-go, and I've done that at least 100 times against the AI, so this is just something to try to keep me entertained while I learn how to play against people, like real people, and not just people that are actually AI, who are very different sort of people. Oh no. But in any case, hello all and welcome to join this very neat sort of stream, and perhaps a short one stream that we are entertaining ourselves and perhaps you too as well with. Yes, perfect English to top it off. But so this is something that I've never done in practice, so we will see how well it's possible to build, to pull something like this off for a player who hasn't played too many games in the previous week, for example. But one of the ways to keep your brain young, I've been told, but perhaps not by very reliable sources, is to try to make them learn new things. So that's what we are aiming to do here. And you go there, that's very good idea, very good, yes, indeed. And in you go, just in case, and perhaps, yes. Oh, no, okay. And in the end, nothing bad happened. So that's very good. So we are trying to learn new things. That was the point. And one of the previous points, who are we against? Armenians against Malay. Arabia. Good luck, have fun. It's never too late for that. So, or perhaps at the verge of resign, it might be considered as a hostile thing to say, but well, you get the point. So one of the things I read when I was younger, since it was almost impossible to read anything in the future for me, having very limited skills when it comes to traveling through time, for example, was this Poor Charlie's Almanac that I presented just a while ago. That was okay, yes. Well, well, we could have done 19 pop up, but that's out of the question now. More people on berries, not too stupid of an idea. And I remember that that book was very good in a sense that in it the now late Charlie explained the, well, through some speeches, for example, there was very little things that I don't know if he had particularly written anything for the book, but it was a combination of or collection of his speeches, for example. But one of the key takes from the book for a younger me was that people can try to build their mental toolbox, if that makes sense, mental tools in any case, so that they might have a different sort of ways of thinking about the world and its sometimes surprising phenomenons in a fashion such as the always invert, as some old mathematician has recommended people to do. And I was really happy to witness that there might just be under my TZ. Well, I don't mind too much. Okay, I'm too slow for that. Playing a friendly game, that is. So the book, in any case, was a collection of these that sort of like sound advice that Charlie felt had helped him through the life, and now he passed the life since he's now dead. So he must have known a thing or two to be able to get that far. So okay, so we have archer range, all right. Armenians, I don't think we shine too much on any front. Like, okay, so effective, yes, very good. Warrior priests, why not? But perhaps what we will want to do is to get to the next age quite soon, despite the always good idea of having few archers. But now I'm interested in seeing how the book has stood the test of time for the last 5 to 10 years, perhaps, because it's been a while since I read it. And back then I thought it was a very good book, but now I'm about to reread it and see how it actually is. Oh no. But do they? No upgrades, okay. So perhaps we will want to we could just try to get rid of their archer and postpone our castle age because we are not afraid. Perhaps we should be, but like at this stage we are not going to be. Da 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 da. Okay. Inwards. Well, we can do that if need be. Let's change the plan a bit. And once that's done, all right. There was a shortcut for all sort of. Yeah. Okay. Oof. Yes. But houses. Okay. Well, aren't we lucky to have the fletching thing for us, going for us? But then again, they also have that. Well. Okay. Then we will run away. And perhaps we could also try to run away. Okay, something happened here. But at least their scout is dead, so that's not too bad. And now that we've done with that, and their scout is more or less dead, we could try to find other sources of gold, such as that. Okay. Okay. Perhaps we could try to go there. It's going to be a bit risky business, but if you go there and you go there, it's going to be just fine. Alright. And onwards. And on the offense we go. If we have a chance. Zura, pick up archer armor and make skirms. It will be too late by the time you can contest with bowmen. Oh no, well, I'm a bit late here, but... And you are correct that making skirmishers would make sense, but of course that's not what we are going to do. Instead we are going to buy ourselves up. Eventually. Run, people! Okay, well, we are not going to buy ourselves up. We are just going to go. And it's going to go just fine. Now we can go back there, hopefully. Like, this, like, how dare they? Like, we are just here enjoying our lives. But no! Not allowing that. And meanwhile, they are off the gold. But we are also a bit long way from our homes. Ooh, well, this is good. Okay, so that's how we roll. Now we have few idols here and there, but since this is the first game, we are not going to mind about that too much. That's to be expected. Doop doop doom. And in we go. There's a knight. But they also have had this idle TC for quite some time, so armor would have been great, but it's too late for that now. They're still going to lose that knight, so it's just great. Okay, you stay there. But Zura, that was a very good advice in any case. Ooh. And now we are more or less up, and it's time to run again. And perhaps we will try to create more villagers as we go. And in you go, just in case. And over there, it's going to be as good a place as any. So you will build that and then carry on with that. Alright. Oh no 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 no. Well, suddenly things took a turn to a worse. Since they may be booming behind all of this, but then again it's quite alright. It's been a while since we have been killed on Arabia, so it suits us just fine. It's also very important to give your opponent a chance to win every now and then. Crossbows, but single scout, alright. So they should have the game. So what's our comeback mechanism of in a stage like this? It's probably a castle drop, so I've been told. So that's what we are going to do. And then we hope that these okay, let's skip a few villagers. Here you go. Let's see if we can destroy the scout in time. Indeed, we were able to do just that. Few extra villagers, why not? But now it would make sense to know what our opponent is doing, and currently we don't have that sort of information. So let's see. So perhaps a single stable before we carry on with our tasks. And then a very fast imperial age is also in the books. And perhaps a relic eventually too. So what we are trying to do here now is to harass our opponent just ever so slightly, find out where they're where their eco is. Oops, okay, that's all right. Eco is located, and then we will need to get some upgrades to be able to afford, for example, right, the range extension, right, and there we go. And where is our knight? Still waiting for that. Okay. So at least this is going to be a rather quick game. Ooh. So they also have. Okay. So now you people walk here, and we will just drop the castle as we see fit. Oops. Let's see if we can. Oops, this way. Just so we don't show ourselves. Well, we could have saved that if we were more careful, but next time we will be. And then the castle. Yes, the castle. Should be dropped, for example, around here. Now it's going to be exciting to see whether they have already dropped the castle of theirs at any stage or at any position. Okay, so perhaps here. Oopsie, well, let's carry on. Here. Dun dun dun, just don't you mind us, we're just passing. Doop doop doom, doop doop doom. Meanwhile, back at home, we are perhaps losing a few things here and there. Yes, why not? That might just be the case. And we should have been focusing on this, probably. But well, luckily we enabled this Doubt mod, Doubt Castle mod. Oh, we had more villagers. That would have made all the difference. Okay, then it's just in we go. Just don't you mind? We're just passing, more or less passing here. Okay, GG, well played for our very good opponent. So this is what happens when you start playing without a plan and ramble about people that are dead. KayzerFisc, always the polite one. GG, well played. Thank you, thank you. There are universes where we might perform better, but this was a very good start in any case. But even playing as a Santa Claus. But this is not the level of play you have tuned in to witness. This was more like our play 2 weeks ago. Sura, that's a Doubt Castle if I've ever seen one. Yes. It's a very honorable one. Perhaps it would have made sense to send the single monk to help, or create a few monks just to be able to see if we could have made a dent to their eco. But we were slightly behind when we reached Castle Age, so perhaps like the moment where we should have made our play was somewhere in between those feudal and Castle Ages. Perhaps like there was this narrow window where we could have played somewhat differently, perhaps, to make something happen that we weren't quite able to do in the later stage of the game. And probably it would have made sense to create a few skirmishers just to be able to fend off the attack of our opponent. But that's what we are here trying to learn, since you may remember that we have this list of things that we are trying to improve with. And did we ever find this? Probably, yes. One of the things is, would skirmishers be the play? And okay, we didn't find these, and then we probably also sent the extra. So like, how to win if your opponent lames? Like, there's no chance. We lost the game right here, here and there, there and then. Yes, but skirmishers, just a few skirmishers would have been a plenty to help against the raids. Or be investing to a defensive tower, why not? Like walking around with your villagers is nice, since Armenians are able to do that, but it's still very inefficient, and we could have tried to plan accordingly, and instead of moving here, we could have tried to scout the map a bit more, and then utilize their stone and be that much more closer to them if we were ever thinking about dropping a castle on them, for example. Just running away for no reason is not necessarily the best course of action, even on a map like this. Oh yeah, so Malay got this age up time decrease efficiency bonus. I didn't remember that. so they were actually 21 pop up. And also had way less idle TC time, half of what we got at that stage. Perhaps next time I will remember that too. And had we invested, well, we were already in a very bad position due to the idle time and the all the farms that we had lost and so forth. But if we hadn't lost that many villagers, then perhaps the defensive castle might have been a suitable one too. And the second town center, or the third one, could have also been around here in the neutral. Like if we tried to postpone the game and boom ourselves back into it, then that could have helped. And building any sort of army, I don't think they had too much of an army, like perhaps 5 or 10 knights in the end, and 10 archers perhaps. So it was a very simple build for them. Just archers to begin with. Open up with a handful of archers, and then follow up with knights. Then again, this was one of the shortest games that we have played, so perhaps they had other ideas that they just weren't able to make happen. Okay, and here is this very exciting chase that we have ongoing. And here we lose our very good archers. They would have died in any case, but they still only have 5 archers, so given that we had time and resources to produce, we could have just let them roam and build up our forces and then try to defend, or try to get rid of those instead of assaulting them. But perhaps we could, perhaps we got a few villager kills in the process, and now I'm expecting to see 2. Could be that the actual number is closer to 0. So the worker efficiency isn't too good. Resources collected more or less even still, 10% difference, but it's going to get a bit worse here, and we are behind in villagers. Now the eco upgrade bonus that we have is very useful. That's what kept us in the game, but it's still 9 archers against 4 we could have produced with the resources that we had. A few extra ones, few skirmishers for example, and that would have helped. And well, they lost a villager, so that's something, but so perhaps still closer to 2 than 0. And we have lost 4, but we lost the villager to boar. I didn't realize that, but that explains why we had only 1 villager with low HP, and I thought it was because we had accidentally used the same villager twice, but actually we lost the villager here. I just didn't realize that. Right. So laming, stealing 2 sheep, and then losing villager to boar. At this level, we are at about 930 elo. Those are it's very hard to get back to the game after that. It's almost impossible, as you can tell. Even though we are playing, every move is as good as it can be, but still it's not enough after all the damage we have taken. Now the game is more or less over here, and they are very wisely adding additional town centers, so the castle could have been just here, for example, instead of trying to push it here. But next time we will know to just target the farms, for example, at least even though we wouldn't have had a comeback mechanism, it would have forced them to react for a change. There's this forward siege workshop. Their army number is 16, 12 archers on the field. Then here, one there. I don't know. Okay, yeah. Okay, constantly producing, so they are on the way here. But these are getting very good value, these few archers that they have. Did they ever... Okay, so they upgraded Bodkin arrow, makes sense. And we were still lacking that. So couldn't get the full value out of the Thousanders. But I enjoyed the fact that they just sent these rams like this. That's just like finishing blows, sort of, but also very friendly way of doing that. Oh yeah, and there was this archer behind the wood line. That was very well played. And here we are focusing on more urgent and important matters, and may lose a few villages that we didn't have to lose, but they are about to lose very little when this commences. But this was also very good idea, like good practice having this scouting night, even if they didn't witness them. The addition or extension of the town that we had in place. And we are at 20 villagers. And where are the additional ones? Okay, it took them a while to notice this. And some proper play might have been to wall these villagers in, so they wouldn't be in reach of these melee units. But since this is a casual game and not a tournament or anything of that sort, we can very well afford to lose a castle like this. And in well, nice detail. We have this friendly villager here collecting more wood, while there are some people making aggressive noises right next to him. So this is what friendship looks like, and trust. That's the lesson of the day. Okay, so the next game we are going to try to play it a bit differently. Unless it's arena, then we are going to play it exactly like this. But well played by KayzerFisc. Very consistent, perhaps a like good warm-up game for them. Hopefully, glad to be of assistance. Could be that they have been playing for 8 hours, but like now let's just hope that's not the case. But that was their first game of the day as well, and they are happy that they got a result out of that. And the APM like peak 160, like that. Like, how can we lose with APM such as that? Even if that was close to the end when we are trying to. Oh yeah, because we are right clicking the villages to the castle. Yeah, that we can do. So we should just practice that more. Now that we know how it's done. Alright, and back to the game we go. Just like that. And let's see if we are more blessed with the next set of match. But like the lessons we have learned so far, when playing tired, it shows. That's what we learned a week ago, perhaps. It's very hard to make even simple decisions like collecting food from sheep. Now I felt like, despite the fact that we haven't played too much lately, the early few minutes were quite alright. Even if we lost a few sheep and didn't really recognized that, and we only managed to push one deer and so forth. But there were like not too many huge lapses there. 1 minute of idle TC time is not very good against a player who knows how to play the game, but it's still tolerable. That wasn't where we lost. We lost because we didn't build any sort of army. That, if anything, especially since we could have tried to produce, for example, a few stable units to get a chance to also kill a few units of theirs, and also like have these offensive capabilities that the skirmishers don't necessarily give us. But also like note to self, in this note to self fashion, if we notice that our opponent is doing archer range, they probably are going to produce archers, so it probably would make sense for us to prepare for the archers, for example by creating a few scouts, if you want to get the maneuverability. And if they didn't produce spearmen to help them, because they were expecting archers from us presumably, or skirmishers even, but we could have just switched on the go, because this isn't too top a level for not to allow some overspending and suboptimal decision making or wasteful decision making. Okay, but Arabia again, so we will get a chance to redeem ourselves, which is always appreciated. Also when it comes to interpersonal relationships and people's relationships with Bohemians against Khmer, with organizations and whatnots. Animals, yes. Okay, so well, but we don't want to do this like that, so let's just trying to hone this really. So you bolt, yes, let's do it like that, yes. And then this is the next sheet for you, and we can keep that there just to remind us of our past plans that didn't go according to or too well. Let's see if we are still in time to make that happen. And Bohemians. Now usually, good luck, have fun. Yes. Ooh, perhaps they didn't reply, because by the time we said good luck and have fun, they have already found our sheep and felt bad about the fact. That's a new theory for the previous game. Okay, and once this is done, then you can just carry on with that. Yes, it's going to be just fine. Oops, some idle time, but it's alright. We can tolerate that. And we are also about to get housed. Right. Well, this is just the right time to research. Did we do loom in the previous game? We probably did. It would make sense, so let's presume that we did. Anything else would be quite odd, so probably we did. In the beginning of feudal age, that's how things usually go, so perhaps that's how it went there as well. Unluckily we have this recording, so we can always verify very important details such as that. And those archers were very deadly in any case, so even having a loom would not have saved us. boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so the third volley would have been alright there. But I didn't keep count too well, so. Tobarius. That's a new one. Most of the players are new, of course, which is a good sign. At least at this level, at around 900, 1000 ELO, there seems to be plenty of players that, ooh, oh no, that even after like how many games, 50, 60, 70 so games, we aren't facing the same opponents. I don't think have we ever faced, perhaps once or twice, but in any case there are multiple people playing the game, so that's very nice. Let's hope that it stays that way too. So more villagers, very good. Perhaps we could try to destroy those berry bushes before it's too late, and go up very soon too, if that's possible. But we have had some rough time during the beginning of the game, so it might just be that we are not quite there. Let's see. 200 or so, yes, okay. And you can make some room. And oh, and we are also missing the second rhino, so perhaps someone could take that. Try to take care of that. Okay, do we have enough? Well, soon. Okay, so we idled our TC for a reason. Okay, let's push this since we have plenty of time. So the resource management wasn't quite there, but this is a very, very difficult game, so nothing to be too ashamed of. Alright. So our game plan against Khmer, so they are probably going to go, if they are given a chance to freely build their eco and all that, then they are going to go for ballista elephants. We have seen that before, so it may happen again. But we could try to prevent them from getting... oh no, it's going to be impossible. And again, very few things are actually impossible. But we are late to this clever archer build. So let's have that there, extra house, and then we can carry on with... yes, okay. Yes, we can. And there we go. Okay. Of course, it might be that we don't have enough wood to create the mining camp, so let's save a bit, please. Okay. And right, few archers, that's very important. All right, we are back in the game. Might not look like that, but it's happening. Only we are missing the house that we tried to skip on. Well, it was for a very good reason. So then Let's see. It would have probably made more sense to produce a villager than an archer, but where we are going, we are very much going to need the archer. So it just doesn't sound right, but it very much is. And a few extra archers since we have been investing to those. And things are looking quite balanced. Yes, why not? Indeed, they are very good. We got this. Oh, we don't want this. Right. One more to gold. Perhaps a few extra archers if possible. And now we have given some. No. Oh no. Now the buildings like that was a mistake, but it took us a while to realize. Okay. Well, let's go to the. Ooh, so there was a hole between those buildings. That explains it all. All right. Now that was very, very well executed. A deer push, if I ever saw one. And then perhaps just a few farms like this. Have you already? Okay. Well, it's not perfect, but it's very good by our standards. And there we go. They should be somewhere, so some idle time. Oopsie. So instead of pushing that deer for... Okay. So they are around. That's good. It's very odd that they didn't find the single sheep. Then again, we also have had hardship, but the amount of farms that they have somehow gives me the impression that they may have a plan. Some people on gold too, okay. And what else? And the plan may be working against us. Right, so quick walling the scout in, that's alright. But that doesn't surprise us too much. Let's try to get here, yes. But we still got a kill or two, so that's good. Okay, but two stables, so perhaps that's enough of initiative for us to produce a few spearmen, for example, even if it's going to delay our uptime a bit. And then we can just buy ourselves up, which is always a very clever thing to do. Okay, so here are the scouts. Well, still, having scouts I don't think is too important at this stage. I don't know why they would bother with that, but I've lost a few games in the past, so perhaps they know better than I do. Some of you who have been watching more carefully might have also noticed that I lost the very previous game that we played, so mining camp technology is for free. That's what's keeping us in this game. Alright, so let's upgrade our very good spearman line, build additional barracks just in case. Over there, that's just perfect location for that. Few spearmen over there, because we can very easily move forward with what we... Alright, so you're over there. Okay. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. I don't think we care too much if we lose a villager or two. Like, could have avoided that, but doesn't matter if we aren't able to. Alright, and that's that. Then let's see if there's something we can make happen over there, for example. Doop, doop, doom, doom. Presumably what we could try to aim at is some stone gathering, or perhaps even mining, just to make it more efficient for us to get to the very good offensive castle that we are seeking to have at some stake, some state at least. And then this group could move perhaps over here. Let's see if there's something we can make happen. Some upgrades would be nice, but that's enough. Getting some idle time there. And perhaps we can secure the gold like this. Right. If only we had the farm upgrade earlier. But now it's never going to happen. Few extra archers can go around here. Let's see if there are walls in place. And then we can carry on with the villager production quite soon. Boom, boom, boom. So what we are presuming from them is the huge amount of elephants, but let's see if that's the case. And in any case, we should probably just try to play our game. Was that cheap? So it seems. And let's see what they have to offer. Well, a very relaxing game. Perhaps also means that they are just aiming to get to the imperial age and then produce whatever it is that they want to produce. Okay, so you are no longer needed here. You can move there and see what is to be seen there. Okay, well, knights. Horde of knights. So more pikemen then, just in case. Few monks, why not? But the knight number is still very low, at least as per my math. Let's see. And I have a bit imbalanced queues in my town centers, so let's try to fix that. You can go there, and your place is over there. Few more over there. And then we don't actually need archers, I reckon, but... Ooh, well, isn't this a clever move? So there you go. And you can help over there. And let's see if we still have what it takes to produce a monk. And you can help here as well. Thank you. Very good. And you're too late to rescue that, but it's still good enough a battle for our liking. And now that some of the people are dead, we could try to do something like this. Let's see if they already have an army in place to stop that from going up. Dun, dun, dun. And more people to work on that. And oops, right. Forgot about you. 1000 there. Very good idea. Ooh. Could have tried to convert that, but we were a bit late to make it happen. Okay. Well, this is good. Or at least there are very few things going against us currently. So that's good. So we will just carry on. Create a few Hussite wagons. And then the second castle will take a while, but we will get there eventually. Perhaps the barracks even, because they have been producing the knights. Okay. Group of knights. Finally. But still. Upgrades, but... Oh, we also already had a few extra. Okay, so Imperial Age it is. And you could probably just build a few farms for yourselves. Very good. Downwatch, why not? And are we still alive? It seems like we are. Ooh, university, yes. How could we forget about that? Now we haven't been paying too much attention, but the assumption is that we don't have to pay attention in order to win. That would be the perfect army composition at least, but it's also possible that we are not able to pull that off. And in we go. Well, and now our armies are a bit ill positioned. Where are our monks? You can help with that, and you can help with that. That's very good. And we may lose a few of our very nice wagons, and then murder horse might be a good tech to have. And then additional pikemen as well, and few extra units here and there. So they had just what was required, and I was wrong to underestimate our good opponent here. Let's see if we are able to keep the castle up. Oh, you could help here. Just get in, please. Get in. No? Alright, yeah, because it's too... Right, that makes sense. Sorry, my mistake, my mistake. Oh, and it's almost... Ah, so This is how we win games. Plays like this, okay? And in you go. Let's try to make that work. Oh, but we are missing a few upgrades here and there. Now with knights we can. But where are our knights? Working for the greater good. That's alright. Let's just keep on producing. That's very good. And then we can probably afford to build another castle over there, for example. Now we may have a slight... we could probably do with more everything, but it's going to happen eventually. So probably we should have cared more about the castle that I did, but we are going to fix that in the future patches. That's good. More people to collect some wood. Thank you very much. And they are still a long way from more movement speed for the coal. Well, that's alright, but we don't actually need that either. Well, eventually we are going to need that, but what we need now is a huge amount of people working for us, because that's what we have been lacking for quite some time now. You two can go there, a few people, and you as well, you can help there. Let's try to combine our forces and see what they are up to. Alright, so they have huge number of monks, and that's about it. Okay. Hello? And in we go. And do we already have chemistry? No. More armor? No. But eventually we will have that too. Goodbye, monks. At least up to a point where we can afford to kill those. But thanks to murder holes, we shouldn't have too many problems with anything. Just have to be really careful with how we control our units. I don't think I'm going to make too good of a job there, but let's see. And then we can destroy these. You can try to kill the knight. You can help with that. Very good. So we could try to save a few villages here and there. Very good. There's the monk. And then you can kill the knight. Yes, and you can also focus on the knight. Ah, what a great game we have in our hands. Castle there, just to secure our position. Right, houses, yes. So let's build these, and then few stables, and then you can carry on with the wood cutting thingy. Ooh, well, that's a very evil thing to do. Let's run away. So what we will want to have now is just a huge number of because they are still a long way from the next age, so it might make sense to try to take them, but it still might make sense to take them seriously, even if we think we have an edge, because we may actually not be in too good a position after losing what we have lost. Okay, in we go. Then perhaps you can go in as well. Try to convert that. Kill the monk, very good. Destroy the rams. Get more halberdier on the way. Hop in, convert the knight. Destroy that, you can repair. You can try to kill the knights. Well, the army control isn't quite there, but we will learn. We are still young, so... Ooh, we have sheep here, right. And we have some idle people here waiting for orders, so we can carry on with that. And then we can perhaps produce a few units of our own too. Oh, right. And now that that is over and done with, let's build a few farms. And then we can probably try to produce from here. This and then that. Surprise army switch. And then the next castle is going to be the finishing one if everything goes, or if anything goes according to any plan. Let's see. We don't need this. Just produce a few extra units. Now we are more or less gunpowder civilization, of course, but we are sometimes a bit slow to react to some things, so let's see. Even converting our university like that, that's a very cheap move. Okay, let's see what's going on there. And now that they are imperial age, it might make sense to try to get rid of their armies or their army numbers. Let's see if that's possible. Right, but we need more coal. So where do we have our coal producers? We could buy monk. And we could buy everything. These are dead. What about these? It's very clever army control that they are presenting here. So gold. There's gold over there. Okay, let's get a few units there to help with the task at hand. And then carry on. So that's over and done with. What about these things? Oh, the town bell. Alright. Oh, but this time, GG, well played to Tobarius 27. What? Luna Harper 12. Howdy, howdy. Howdy, howdy. It's been a while. Or it may be that you have had a few moments of idleness due to my slow reaction time, but still. Luna Harper 12 continues. How's your day going and how long have you been streaming? This is our second hour that started a while ago, and a few weeks or a month we have been streaming before that in total. Sura, a lot of food and gold. Maybe you could go for hand cannoneers. And well done. Now, if only I had some timestamps here to help me, to perhaps some other window has that. Indeed, we have. So some 5 to 10 minutes delay, right, not too shabby. So thank you, Luna Harper, for dropping by. If you still happen to be around. And thanks, Sura, for the idea. Like, this was a bit lazy game, I would say, because it felt like once they started producing the knights and the knights number wasn't too great, it felt like this is not going to be a threat. But I think that's also the passageway to a losing position. And if they had better eco management, this is the oddest town center I've seen in a while. But oh yeah, but they were like they felt that they don't have too much room to expand. So what they should have done once they got rid of the castle here would have been to expand and plant their town centers here and there, for example. So that's why they felt, presumably, that they are in a very tough losing position once the Cavalier ran in. But the reason that we didn't utilize the food and gold was because there was no urgency to do anything about the matter. But in order to play more games, it would make sense to also try to play efficiently, time efficiently as well, because we didn't have to create great lead in eco, although I felt that we did. But let's see how it changed during the game, because I think that once we got to Imperial Age, we should have just focused on holding our position and pushing our opponent. Instead, we just made a statement, made our existence known, didn't produce units of any kind, basically, and then we did give Tobarius 27 a chance to get back to the game, I felt like, and that's probably where they started or doubled down on the booming approach. And we had idle TC time despite having multiple town centers, or perhaps especially because we had, but like that it wasn't really clean boomy approach either, that let's waste a few castles but meanwhile boom behind that. I don't think we did too good of a job there, even though that was in the back of my mind that there's no urgency. We are an age ahead. We have a solid eco that's more or less untouched. We have lost one villager that I can think of, or of course we lost 10 villagers here. So perhaps those were the moments where we had those moments of throwing the game were present, when we have these forward villagers that are more or less thrown away, and I'm not replenishing the units lost in a quick enough fashion that we could actually afford to do that. So honing our game sense, it would make sense to try to realize at those moments that okay, this is what we wanted to do. Alt D. Alright. It would make sense to realize that oh well, we lost our forward position and we lost the castle. So and we lost the villagers too. So it would make sense to double down and not to give them a chance to build on with that momentum. These early walls we could have realized existed, and this walling attempt that was ongoing we could have realized had we scouted, but instead we were busy pushing the deer, which was very important for our late game, but still. Oh, and the reason I didn't go for hand cannoneers was because they only showed knights. So I thought that while having a range unit that would cost food and gold would make sense, because we were floating food and gold. But I thought that hand cannoneers wouldn't be too efficient, but I may be wrong in that, especially if we have like 20 or 30 or so hand cannoneers, since they have range. And a single knight, still a knight, wouldn't stand too many volleys. So you are probably right that to support our pikemen or halberdier army or any army, and since we had this unique tech that would give them more movement speed, these gunpowder units, having a hand cannoneer army would have made sense. Especially since we had created or teched already. We had Fletching and Podkin, if I recall correctly. So they would have already had some key technologies in place, whereas our Cavalier had none, because we hadn't teched the cavalry armor would have been, and also we didn't have forging or other attack bonuses as of yet. We had chemistry, we had ballistics, yeah. Hand cannoneers would have made more sense, even though in my head I thought that okay, well, we can, like, once they switch to foot soldiers, like infantry, spearmen or something, after the cavalry is shown, then we can switch to hand cannoneers. But by then we also had lost the gold due to some macro slips here and there. Here we could have noticed that was taking place, and if he hadn't well, they attacked spearmen, so it was alright, but it was on stand ground, so had they attacked the archers, the spearmen wouldn't have helped. But for some reason they are not, like, they have the farms in place, and now they, even though they have found the sheep, well, they didn't find this, but it's not worth their time to utilize the sheep. Then again, I also had few sheep here. Oh yeah, so they are probably sending these sheep to scout, and that's how they arrived at my base. Is that how it went? Huh. But like the fact that we got so much eco kills, like 5 villagers with few archers and spearmen, and well, the scout was doing stuff there as well, that was like surprisingly good return of investment in my books. So perhaps I didn't take this as seriously as I should have, or would have made sense to take. And just a single archer is enough to make the wood line unusable, but still, like, despite the 5 kills, we have lost 2. Oh, and they also have lost a villager to boar, so they have had a similar fate that we had in the previous game. Okay, and then they are hiding there in the back forest. Oh, so that's how the town center got built. Of course, it would have made more sense to have it here, or have it here right next to the stone mines. So they would also have room for farms, and it would protect the resource collectors, or here right next to the main gold. But so it was a response to this archer push here, or archer aggression here, that made them do it. Alright. Then I don't really understand the knight push, but it's probably something that they know how to pull off. So, and I had shown archers, so why not? It's just, I'm just not respecting knights enough, as you may have been able to tell by my previous statements. Ooh, and they were guarding the relic. That was very clever. So that's where the scouts came from. Well played. This could have made, like now, if these scouts moved in, they could have killed villagers, and perhaps they do. Okay, that's just, perhaps they were in the same control group or something. Huh. Okay, well, that's, but well, or they were expecting more monks, so they were expecting to win the fight. But we had just enough units there to deny that. And here they are stealing our relic. terrible, terrible move. But now here I think we should have focused more on the on the push that we had sort of in place, and also the castle placement. While this was fine, we could have built it here so it would be on top of their production buildings, so that we would eventually destroy these, and also the units that came out from the buildings might get shot here and there. Also university, getting ballistics, since we were expecting to the horde of knights at our to fight under our castles and all that. It was nice that they picked the army here before reaching out for the relic. Well played. They already like how very active macro play here. Building the army, taking to redemption, right, to be able to convert these units. But I should have done is to move in with the army that we had. Like as soon as we had one of two what's Hussite wagons, yes. It would have made sense to look how their eco was like, and also to produce perhaps a few extra barracks, produce pikemen out of that, and try to keep the army together, because now we are in a very bad position all of a sudden. But I think the reaction was very good. Like, we gave them time to do it, but still they produced huge amount. Like, they could have also clicked up to Imperial Age. Why didn't that happen? So we are there now. But all of a sudden they queued 12 extra knights. So was that something that they thought they did? But then I don't know. Because of course the knights don't hurt. So perhaps the fact that the castle was up just long enough was enough for them to spend the resources they had for getting to Imperial Age, and then they thought that okay, a delayed Castle Age is better for them because now they have the momentum. Whereas I think that the way we played like this in very passive, let's roll ever so slowly, it would have made more sense for them to get up as well. And they are only 10 villages behind. But of course we lost a few here, but we have only lost 10 villages so far. Soon we are going to lose more, but still. Because the knight numbers are they still have only 14 knights. Of course they work very well against our army number of 11, even if those were halberdiers, as they are. Since some of them are probably still patrolling here, and we have one there, and one there watching the forests. But I don't think they needed to react to this castle too much. Like if this army went to the city, we would have been in a trouble. So like the passive approach of theirs, sort of passive, like reacting to our castles, was enough for us to get through the game. Because if the knights were here idling our farms and like few knights here and there, or constantly running in and out, perhaps we would have produced from the float that we had, but then again they were floating quite a bit resources, so producing some light cavalry in between, in addition to these knights, would have made sense. And now they should be thinking about clicking to Imperial Age, but probably that's also what they are going to do. Utilizing that code there. We are still only 10 villages ahead. We have collected way more resources, they are still missing some important upgrades, but so are we. Based on horse color, so no wonder we were running out of wood. Not only one of the reasons, of course, was the fact that we sent all these lumberjacks there to build all these neat little castles, but also the fact that our farms didn't have as much food as they could have had. Hopsi Papeli, liking that intense patrolling of blue, like one tile back and forth. Yes, that's how pros do it. Like always patrol, so they go to a smaller space, and then I've understood that they also react faster. But I don't know why they sent this, like, okay, they were low on health and there was Halberdier chasing them, but they lost the ram. Well, perhaps it made sense. And Hopsi Papeli, can you explain at some point why to put units on patrol? Yes, well, when they are patrolling, even if the distance is short, they show a bit more, they reveal a bit more space or map with their line of sight. And Hopsi Papeli, and you read my mind, thank you for answering, thanks. And now, and also the fact, like, if you are playing with, like, if you need to fill a huge number of units in a small area, if you want to destroy a piece of wall, for example, then you can try to patrol them in instead of just right clicking, because then you might be able to pack them into such a tight space that you get like double the number of units to actually damage the wall or to damage the units. And in another example, if you have a group of archers and you are chased by cavalry units, for example, then you can try to retreat to this corner of forest, like here, for example, where you have this really narrow one tile gap. You can try to fill your archers there by using patrol, and then you can minimize the area where you can be attacked by the cavalry units that are chasing your archers. Because if you just right click here, it might be that they take 3 tiles, the 20 or so archers, but if you patrol really carefully, you might be able to just drive them to a very tight spot, like you can do with when you're parking a car, if you know how to handle a car, and you do know, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. So some people might think that the car doesn't fit there, but you as a professional patroller, you know that it's just a matter of fine-tuning, and then you make it happen. And then your archers win against a huge number of cavalry, because they are able to only hit one archer at a time, while they are all shooting at the cavalry closest to them. And if there are more pros, as there are in the chat, please feel free to add into that explanation, or to perhaps point out any contradictions or errors in this explanation. Khmer houses that can actually fit in people. Well, this is very curious. I don't know why they have so many houses. Perhaps to be able to hide all these villagers if need be. But like this, almost the starting farms were the only farms that they created. Like they have had these farms for quite some time. Very odd game. But exactly what we needed after the first game. That was quite rough for us. So we forgot few upgrades. I didn't even realize that Bohemians don't have bloodlines, so the HP, the life force of our cavalry was only 120. Now they don't have any more knights left, I presume, but they are floating huge amount of resources. Like, so they had a game plan. Now they have researched chemistry, but what was it? They have enough stone for a castle. They are just late to build that. I'm just a bit. Perhaps this is how our previous opponent watched our game. Like, what was the plan? So why do they have? They built these barracks while we still had these Hussite wagons. And all right, well, it might make sense to create, because they are wagons, so creating spearman line units to stop that, like, sort of, why not? But that's not what they did. So why do they have barracks? Well, perhaps later on I'll be good enough to read the game in a fashion that I get it. Hopsi Paveli, don't they attack when patrolling? I mean, do they continue patrolling when attacked and also return fire? Yes, they do. And they are also supposed to then carry on with the patrolling if they manage to kill the unit. Yes, I'm not sure if they chase the unit. That's probably something that should be checked as well, because if they don't chase, like ordinary, if you just leave your unit, because you have lost a few armies, because the units have been ordered to stand on the hill and then they follow their target to their opponent's townsend, and then you lose them to the TC fire. But if you patrol, then do they stick to more defensive approach? Then we can test that. They are probably like information sources on the internet, but you can't trust internet anymore, so we will have to test for ourselves. Hopsi Papeli. Now, looks good commune planning to me. Housing at one area, work at one, and so on. Yes, goof is good. Yes, I'm glad that you appreciate that, and it's good to have your expertise at our disposal. Yeah, this look like now the only thing that, like, I would like to give some minus points for the fact that they hacked all the forests, or cut or got rid of all the forests that they had here, because having a few trees would make this more bright, this corner, because this is very dark as it is. Now we used to have this nice forest there, but of course it was utilized for the benefit of the country or the society or the kingdom or whatnot. But since they had this vision for the community and like this commune building approach, then I think that having just a few trees like that, like we have here in this hill, would have made this more beautiful, this corner here. Like thinking of all the people living, like just having one palm tree here, just not just leave it that way. That's all right. Binibong Baron, if Blue had built 60 organ guns, this would not have happened. You are very, very correct in that, and nice to have you around as well. Then again, like if anyone ever builds 60 organ guns, then nothing ever happens, right? And the case that they were Khmer made it all that more difficult. But now here we are at 950 or so elo, so people should make some magic happen if they just put their minds to it. But you are right. More Khmer organ guns needed, indeed. Like for some reason, people like, why go knights when you can go Khmer organ knights or organ guns? Sorry, organ knights would be even better. Like just playing their organs while on the horseback and just like make the cavalry rush known and heard from miles away. Hopsi Papeli, 100% right. You shouldn't cut all trees because as we see here, they don't grow back that fast. Should leave some decorative trees. Yes. So like I think the comeback play that they threw at us was very good. Some more details could perhaps Like some more time could be spent thinking about details such as this. That this is very nice, and the people are like they are done here. So this is very good. But these three could have been left, and there was this forest. Like the elder people still remember that, and they remember it with fondness. So like, but that's what always happens. Like you look at you rewatch the games and you notice that there are some things that could have been done better. Like here we are doing a perfect job here, for example. Like this is very good. Like we are not perfect, but like small things here and there, we are getting them right. And next time we are playing Khmer, we will also go for organ guns, just to show how it's done, because people don't seem to know. The Warriors didn't know. They lost the game. Alright. And just to make the magic happen, let's get back to the lobby. Yes, not quite 950, but like almost. We can round that up to 1000 if we want to float amongst our peers. But isn't this nice? Like, Bini played a really nice game that I got to witness on this. As you may have heard, we have this Red Bull Vololo happening this October, perhaps. And now the 4 best players of Empire Wars are able to participate in the tournament. And Bini Bong Baron was brave enough to try that. I don't know if you have played too much of that already. I haven't been around to actually know. But I witnessed one game against an opponent on a map that was unfamiliar to Bini, but wasn't unfamiliar to his opponent. And yet, with the Vikings, he was able, like with defensive castle, and then just pouring the poor units that are called Berserkers, yes. He was able to beat the Briton or the British longbowman in the end opponent, who was left armless. So just, and the map might have been, let's see if I have enough know-how to make a difference. Mountain dunes? Presumably. Exposed stone deposits can be found in the dangerous desert, and that's what the opponent tried to utilize in the end. But too late, because the magic had already happened. Bini, oh, you saw that. 11. I've hardly played any. Yes, well, that didn't so. So just carry on as you do. Oh yeah, you saw my first or second Empire's War game. Haha, and Berserk fun. And I kind of want to play some Empire Wars, but super placed. Yes. And like, it's going to be that much more shameful for your opponent when you are super placed and still beat them with some very clever moves, like defensive castles and Berserkers in their eco. Probably just looking with one eye and clicking every now and then. Okay, somewhere there. Don't even know. I didn't recognize the map, but that was the play. Bini, I'll enjoy success vicariously through you. Well, and I hope that you also enjoy pronunciation vicariously through me, because for some reason people aren't doing that enough. And also, Bini, are you playing random all the time? Alright, we are ready for Arabia. Yes, more or less, yes. Saracens against Berbers, because we are trying to learn the game as it's played. Now, we have a really clever way to try to start the start builds, but we haven't yet quite made it work. Let's see if this time is different. like one house starting very very greedy. Yes. Oh, but and also one thing worth noticing and announcing that I have missed due to the I was this reckless kid when I was younger, so it's been over half an hour, but Luna Harper 12 also followed us, so thank you for that. Not only dropping by to chat, but also to plan for a future drop by chat activity, and perhaps even for something more. Dun dun dun. For example, enjoying winning games vicariously through us. Yes, because that's a thing now. Well, we can make that work. But yes, Bini, do you hang out in the Den Discord community? I think the guys would love you. I don't hang, well, I'm there, but I don't think I hang around too much. I've been able to check that out eventually, like occasionally, every now and then. And I've also seen people post meme builds, for example, and success stories. By people I refer to you now, but I haven't been too active, I must admit. But it has been in the back of my head, so, and I'm still in this community thanks to you, so I will make my presence known in the future, because in the past I can't change that. That's also something that I learned when I was younger, and it has I've carried that with me ever since, like a scar. Well, that was a mistake. Well, that's the way we can always hide it in a very clever fashion. And now you are also going there, you go there, very good. And you can help with the berries, yes. Happy mistakes, or happy occasions. Alright. What else? Bini, they are friendly bunch. They made me feel super welcome when I was on around 10 followers. Well, now you can tell that I'm quite past that point, but but still, that's exactly the sort of atmosphere or the feeling that I got from them as well. Oops, well, we must fix that. Even though I haven't chatted too much, but the few occasions when I have been active and not just idling or streaming or whatnot, they have felt like a friendly bunch. So I presume that in the future I'll hopefully be able to also get to know them better. Thanks for the encouragement too, because I think that people would generally enjoy knowing, oh, well, I almost made a mistake I've already made once, and that is having too many people shooting the boar. In general, people enjoy my company and I enjoy theirs, not always but often, and I don't see why that would change, but that also of course applies to other people, like you people there now listening should know that, oh no, that you would be very much appreciated in a community such as what's the correct word for that, the Den, if you ever had a chance to participate there, and hopefully of course you will in the future if you aren't there already. And Bini Von Baron, I'll try to remember to give you a few shoutouts, more than usual. Thanks for that. That's like, there shall be a time that's no longer needed, but it might take a few years. Just like people say about prison when they go there or when they are sent there. Now, that's a totally different topic. We can go there later on. We are not doing that perhaps tonight, but eventually, because prison and freedom and all that is very, very nice topic in general, in philosophical sense, not only in sociological and psychological sense. And Bini, will be really cool to see you hit 50 followers. I agree. Like, just think of all the implications, all the things that might happen after that. Like is there world? Is there a life? Yes. Is there a life after 50 followers? Presumably, because you are there, and there are other people as well. Some people have managed to do that, but like how very different it must be. Very different. Oh, and we are also missing houses, right? So instead of, yes. Now this fast wheelbarrow tactic, this is not new. This is something that people did do at some point, somewhere. Now it's too late to say good luck, have fun. But I just remember that that's also a thing. Alright. But what I was trying to say was that you don't generally usually want to. So this will be there, so that will be there, right? And we are still missing a farm or two, perhaps. So you don't generally want to do a build in a fashion where you have this. Okay, everything matches. Okay, everything matches very good. Where you start with wheelbarrow when you get to feudal age. But in this case, it's going to be very important because we are about to run away once our opponent shows up with. We are Saracens, so we have a very good market. They are Berbers. Right, well, we will make something clever happen eventually. We were supposed to create archers, but we are a bit late to that. Then again, it's never too late if you really want to make something happen. So it's and this all again, this goes back to prison in a very mysterious way that I will explain later on. We need more people on the forest to do some chopping thingies. They have created a new scout. Is that the play these days? Double stables and we still don't have a barracks. Well, perhaps it's time to invest to one and make it quick. And you can perhaps build a house. You can help with that, it's very important. Alright, now we are trying to minimize idle TC time because that's something that shows in the statistics. So even though we don't need downwatch too much, the fact that idle TC time is less than 15 minutes when we are about to reach Castle Age eventually is totally worth that. Alright, and few more villagers, so here they are. The nasty scouts. We can only wonder what they are up to. Right? And then you can go there. And the rest can help there. Okay, very good. We made the impossible happen. Na 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 na. And we are housed, so it's also a very good thing to lose a few villages here and there. You can go there. Alright. And few extra farms. We were supposed to create these archers, if I don't remember incorrectly. So that's of course going to happen, but it's going to take a while. And we are also lacking the very important buildings such as the market. Bini, sir, our attack has been thwarted. We were confronted by a man with a pointy stick. That quote sounds quite familiar. But at least if that wasn't a quote from any Monty Python movie, then we are waiting to witness that Age of Empires movie that has something of that sort. I don't think there has been. Are they even? There are fan-made let's just one more villager. We can do that. Fan-made We should have used 2 people to create the fan-made movies that revolve around the Age of Empires themes. Might be that they are very short ones, but still. Binny, no quote, just laughed that his attack was defeated by 1 spearman. Yes, thank you, thank you. But here comes the next wave, so like that's a very nasty thing to do when someone is trying to farm. Here we are trying to do our very clever archer build that we can't really make work because we are lacking wood, and instead of actually producing archers, we are well, and here we have this. Like, this is why, like, we are encouraging people to scout more. So that's why we sent this little damaged villager to do the work, just so they would have a chance to get the kill. That was what we were trying to offer to them, but we failed. Okay, and then surprise, 1 archer move is happening, and perhaps we could try to patrol this. Okay, so now the question is, does this spearman follow the scouts if they react to this offensive of ours, or do they not? They do, and for how long? For quite some time. Okay. Alright. And then we are lacking some resources to make things happen. Alright. So there's a nice gate. Well done. Binny. You lack wood because you have 10,000 farms. Haha. Stop making them and buy the upgrades with the extra food. Much more on wood. Spear go with archer. Like that's like you are just reading my mind. Like we are doing all the right moves here, as you can tell. And this, I also like ever so often it just happens that people attack the walls, for example, when their opponent is wide open right next to the walls, because they respect them or something, and I find it we are still lacking the market, so we can't really make too many things happen. Well, doesn't matter. What we actually would have benefited from would have been this the knight, because we have resources for that, but since this is a surprise archer play, that was out of the question, of course. Now, do we have the feudal armor farm upgrade? Of course we do. We have been very clever. Like on some fronts, we have been very clever. And here come the nice. So is this what they are trying to do? Okay. So this is very similar to the last game that we had. And now we have gotten the spur of wood that we so wanted. No, the spur of food that we are utilizing in absolutely no fashion, and we are ready to move to the next, and you can help there as well, and away you run. Very good. And I also forgot to check how the units operated actually, but well, you can help here a bit if you can. And we can harass our opponent. Ooh, have been, or no. Ooh, but it's pikemen we could utilize. So welcome. Now if we had multiple town centers, this would be a different game, but it's at the moment we don't. Instead we are fighting with our villagers against knights. That's not usually what you want to do, but that's what we are doing. Okay. Run away! Because we think we can afford to do that, even if we don't actually have the means to do so. Alright, and back to work. So our problem here is that we still are playing with 1000er, and we are long distance lumber camping, And we don't have knights of our own, we don't have a market, we have very few things that we could actually benefit from having. So what we are trying to do here now is get this farm up and running, no, this market up and running, a few extra pikemen, and then where are the relics? There, right. And then we will build this very good town center and take the presence on the map like that. Perhaps even fast imperial age might make sense, because fastish, because we have been farming for quite long now. And we also have this wheelbarrow that I don't know if you noticed, but it helped us to get away from the knights faster than we usually would have been able to. And then this is going to be the greatest. Oh well, we are going to need a few extra units presumably. All right, to the rescue. And well, back to the rescue, yes. And you can perhaps help here as well. And we are a bit stuck, but that's alright. And that's how we roll. So, where? Here? Yes. Alright. It's going to be just fine, so long we get these people to work. That's like the problem with the society in general too, in overall. But we are still lacking a very relevant building, so not everything is going too well. Don't care about that, but all this buying went so much not in our favor because we were lacking that. Okay. Few houses and more stone. Yes. It's going to happen. Okay, Bini. Let's see. I will go after this game. I want to try more Empire Wars. Good for you. Oh my god, he's forgotten the knights. Bro. Ha. And he lost most of his army to 3 spears. Yes, because we were just like cleverly waiting for their errors. And Sura also mentioned that that was some free damage. Indeed. And like the best greatest thing was that we didn't even witness that too well. But yeah, that's what happens in a free civilized countries when you attacked university. So that's how it's supposed to be. So people might learn a lesson or two, like life lesson, lasting life lesson. And Sura also says hi Bini, and that's like friendship, everlasting, is what we are witnessing here. In this very channel. And now Bini, if you can just tolerate staying on the stream while the game lasts, that's very great of course, but once you go, will you be streaming that? And if you don't, then what? Why wouldn't you? Now let's build just a few units just in case. And then defensive castle, perhaps. And Bini, I'll keep lurking whilst I stream. Okay, well that's very clever. Well, I'm glad to hear that you are about to stream that, because you have followers that would very much enjoy seeing that. The way you are going to beat your opponents, as you of course shall. Alright, so the castle was somewhat denied, and they also may have killed a few extra villagers that we weren't really planning to lose, but we still have this one barracks producing like full speed, so we have nothing much to worry about. and the castle will happen eventually. Why do we have farmer there? Well, one of these days we are going to learn about these things that now seem curious to some of our watchers and streamers as well. The castle will last for long enough, a few nights, but the amount of nights that they have tell me that they may not be up to Imperial Age in a few seconds at least. Might not take too long for them if they have good eco balance, but it might be that it's not happening right now. We could have used the armor more than we do good with the or more than we need some other things, and they are gone. Why? Okay, well that was just regrouping. Ooh, a forward castle. All right, let's fight. Now the army numbers are quite scary. Okay, and in we go. And then we will kill a few of their units, of course, because we are very clever like that. And let's see. And then we should be able to get our castle up if we want to. Now, do we care about that? We usually should, and especially since we are an age ahead, it would make sense to try to stop that threat. We will lose half the stone. Okay, perhaps it's suitable to do that. We will still get enough eventually to get the numbers. Alright. So Bini adds numbers. It seems bad, but he's very invested in knights. I think make 2 more barracks, make lots of halberdier, maybe 50. Alright, oops. And there we go. And you can help with that. Dun 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 dun. And then away we run. Run. Just like that. Nice. And let's build the town center there. Very good. And Bini, can keep booming if you like. Don't fight that. No, delete castle, castle, better than losing all. Yes. And you probably were able to see how well we played that. Not losing all of the stone that we had invested to the castle, even if we lost some of that. Now we could try to build a new castle. Let's make it defensive. You can help as well if you want to, and you can help too, just to make sure it actually happens. Monk could help a bit. Then we can trap down that castle and start pushing with our very clever. Let's make it cavalry archer play. If we ever get resources for that, of course. We will see. Now we don't have too many resources at our reach. But if we carry on producing villagers, which we might just want to do. Oh, we only had one villager chosen for the task. Alright. Then you can go help with the gold mining operations, Mamelukes and all. Alright, so 1 trap as soon as we get enough food for that. That's a very daring move. Might be a mistake, but who knows. So they shouldn't be... Zura, don't do cavalry archer. Mamelukes are a whole lot better here. Like, that of course makes sense. So don't worry, we are not going to create too many of those. Because we have learned a lesson of... Oh, right. Ah. Oops, well I was a bit late to react to that. but luckily we also have the castle at our disposal. We are lacking ballistics just to make them more potent. And right. Oh, Mamelukes don't cost food. Well, that's good. Okay. Well, we have very little to worry about then. But we should be collecting more wood because we are now we are ill positioned to defend due to the fact that we are slightly misbalancing our eco, and perhaps we are a bit behind in villager numbers too, due to all this hardship that we have been through. We have the monk, yes, very good. Few Mamelukes, yes, nice to have you around. And Binibong, uh-oh, and Zura, get another castle up. If you can mass Mamelukes, you win. Alright, so that's what we will do. So another castle here. You build that, you carry on with that, you build that, you go there. And then we are still lacking the Treb. And what are our Mamelukes doing? Not all the correct things, but we have a plenty of villagers, so let's see if we can make this work. Dum dum dum, and in you go. Do the rescue, and do the safety as well. And few extra Mamelukes. Dun, 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 dun. And once we get enough wood, if only we had just a few units. Let's send the cavalry archer there just to show their value and the reason why we have invested so heavily on those. And Bini, Mameluke destroy knights. Those traps and spears may win, but not face tanking rocks. It might be GG now. Yes, things are looking dire currently, but luckily we have the beginner's edge. So as a newcomers to the scene, whereas El Noobo has been around for a while based on the nickname, we might still have what it takes. But based on the score, things are also looking very dire, so I may be wrong. So the way they played and got rid of our eco, for example, was enough to hurt our feelings and also our chances of winning the game. But there were some misplays on our part too, so not just the greatness of our opponent, but also a few mistakes here and there, like relying on single barracks. But alright, well played. Thank you, El Noobo, for the opportunity to learn. And since Saracens also have this great their macro might have been a bit off, but like once you have enough of farms, then that doesn't probably matter too much. And that was probably like a second ago when that happened. But the way we played this was a bit hesitant, as usually is the case when we start with the single barracks, are late to archer range, and so it takes some time to practice interaction with the game and interaction with the people. But we will be getting there eventually. At least we got 2 digits army, so we have played worse than that. Villager high, that was like, here they probably knew that they are not in a rush if they had time to watch the score, for example. So Angle Fiesta, I thoroughly enjoyed that and your in-game commentary. It was wholesome. Thank you, Angle Fiesta. Uncle Fiesta. If only I had uncles like that. Well, now I do, but of course. But thanks also for the follow. And there will be more games like that in the horizon, I'm afraid. Just a moment, I'll make sure that I don't lose the little stream capability magic that we have been able to possess and gather for us during the last weeks. Beanie Bong Baron, GG. I'm gonna go game now. Toodaloo. Thanks for having you. No, thanks for visiting. It was nice having you. But also, well, thanks for you having you. Keep that up. Try to keep yourself together for as long as possible and then break into multiple pieces for others to enjoy and do it publicly so people can also learn from that. Would be my parting word. Binny, always a pleasure to be here. Likewise. I'm glad it shows, perhaps. Alright, so what did they do? Because we were like we were busy pushing the deer, so we did very little. We have very little scouting intel, and that's of course something that could have helped. And our fast archer raid pressure doing thing also failed a bit because we perhaps had a few macro slips here and there, so we didn't actually have the buildings like barracks to build archer range, and then we didn't have enough people collecting wood so that we could actually produce something. So there were a few things that made the game a bit harder for us. Here they have called in the wild boars and they have answered to their calls. Yes, we have also managed to do that because in the last game before this we had like some scheduling issues, so we were using the wrong not voltage but well, wrong nodes in any case, so they couldn't quite get our call. Up to feudal age they are building the barracks. We are thinking about doing something. It's ever so often very important phase of doing any activity. Very peacefully pushing the deer. Yes, that's how it's done. They even have had a forward mill to get huntables. Double mill approach to be able to afford more scouts. We could have scouted that. I didn't realize, even if I saw that, I didn't realize that. So, because this is a very peculiar thing. I don't think. Perhaps Mongols might do that. And what was the scout doing? Watching to our direction to see if we had some aggression in the books, perhaps. Alright, there's the double stable. And what's then? Uncle Fiesta. Eventually I'll learn. Double mill is crazy. New strats. Yes. And now you can, like, you saw it here first. Not by us, but like thanks to El Noobo for showing the best strats against the most potent opponents like us. So this is now something that we can try to follow in the future games. Like they're probably like they get, if the scout was dead, for example, or if they were busy doing something, then why not? But well, that's more relaxed way to utilize the deer. So if they felt like they can afford that, and they could in the end, so then why not? Better than leave the deer hanging, perhaps. And Uncle Fiesta, haha, exactly. Yes. Now it might take a few days for this to transfer to the upper levels too, but eventually Hera is going to show, reveal this new meta to his followers of Patreon, or subscribers or Patreonists or something, which involves this forward mill to get the deer, and then fast produce 2 scouts from 2 stables. But I also misread the building, so I thought it was double stable. Actually, it was a blacksmith and a stable. So, well, my mistake. And Uncle Fiesta, I don't think double mill is ever efficient. Yes, I think like if you have 3 deer, so how much food is in a single deer? Let's click about a bit. All right, so 140. So you will get 520 food against a mill that costs 100 sharp. Depends on the civilization, but still. It's going to take some time, and the people are still going to have to walk some distance. Yes. But perhaps Mongols, since they get this hunting bonus. Like, but I don't still like on Arabia, probably not. But if you don't do mill on your berries for some reason, then you can try to get more food faster and still get the upbuilding required. So perhaps there could be some reasoning behind that. So now we were up to Castle Age a few seconds earlier, and we invested to crossbow and also Podkin arrow. We didn't produce any more archers, I don't think. We could have via floating resources, but it would have made sense to produce a knight or 2 just because they are so efficient. So if we were raiding, now they have double stables, so I wasn't wrong for long. But now seeing that they are attacking us with knights, this is the moment where I'm starting to think and talk about the need for a market. And also, but what we are building instead is of course universities, so that we can get ballistics for the for archers that we still have on the field, and also for the defensive structures. But we have too many farms. This is something that Sura has mentioned quite a few times regarding my gameplay, that if I add too many farms, then eventually I'm going to run out of wood, and that's what's happening here. So this archer play was a misplay in a sense that we couldn't afford that with all these farms, with this many people on cold and not having a market to balance things out. As Saracens, we could have done that. Like if Doubt ever watches this game, he's going to be very furious. Not only because of the forwardish Doubt Castle, but also due to my lack of market. But now, floating 600 gold, so it would make sense to everybody collect food so that we can get the buildings required, or useful buildings for us. Here's the part. It's not like we're going to use them too much, but still. Uncle Fiesta, I think from what I saw, treating the pointy boys was a bit problematic. I think we need to mass them. Yes. But also, like we have seen multiple knights by now, but still we have 1 people on wood. Of course, it's due to the fact that we are not building houses. But this has been a constant problem for the last couple of weeks that we have played in the ranked ladder, that we are underproducing quite heavily. Like we only have a few, like not always, but mic issues. Well, that's something we can fix. Just a second. Let's see. Any better now? Alright, thanks Uncle Fiesta for that. So we have had a mic issue in the in the past, and let's see if we can hear, no, mention at least, but we haven't been able to narrow down the problem to a point where we could actually fix that. It's more rare now, but still obviously happening. And since my co-host, the cat, isn't always available to tell me about these issues, it's very good that we have people like you. So thank you. So Uncle Fiesta said that I think you have a mic issue, a big problemo. Sounds like the explosions from Space Invaders. And yes, now is good. And very hardy emojis after that. Yes, explosions from Space Invaders. While I was reading that, I thought that explosions in space, and I was thinking that it's very like fun from physics point of view. But then I read the sentence to the fullest and realized that, and now that I had this monitoring capability at my disposal, I was able to hear that firsthand, or first ear, that's very, very vivid and fit description of the sound. I'm tempted to try to produce that now, but we will have to wait for 5 minutes or 5 hours for it to happen again. But sorry about that, and thanks for telling. And let's see how many years this is going to be like that during this in this very stream, like being one of the quirks that we will be having. But now, so since our opponent has a total of 7 knights, now they're going to lose them, like they had a few more before this. Oh, they didn't. Okay, so that was University and Blacksmith that they attacked, and after they were defended by these very brave pokey boys in the form of pikemen. They moved from the university to the blacksmith, so from the civilized, or the center of civilization, or the wisdom of whatnots, they moved to the industry, and still a few of them got killed in the process. But in any case, we could produce a few knights of ourselves, for ourselves, if we wanted to. Now all we needed was like 2 stables, for example. And Uncle Fiesta, are you just starting out on your ladder journey? Yes, we have been doing this for, like, I've played the game for 20 years or so. Not constantly, but I played Age of Empires 2, Age of Kings when it was released, 99 or so. Got it as a Christmas present, I think. And I've played single game, like campaigns and random, what are those? Well, skirmish mode or something against the AI quite much when I was younger. And then I've been watching the pros play for the last 5 to 10 years and played few team games with friends against AI, but I haven't played against real people. Well, perhaps 10 years ago we had some friendly games with few friends against online, but this is the first time I've played on the ranked ladder against real people that can talk, for example. Although I can remember very fondly when I played against the AI in this game, because I had played Age of Empires first, of course, when it was released. It was, and it still is, the best and greatest game of ever that's ever made to me, despite some simpleness that it has in comparison to this. But after playing the first games against AI on random map mode in single player, I was overwhelmed and surprised and delighted by the fact that the AI could speak, that I didn't find all my starting sheep, or whatever it is that they said, and thus it was no surprise that I lost. I was like, wow, so this is what it feels like to have friends. And now we will get a chance to relive those sort of times when people are able to say GG, well played, after a game perhaps. Uncle Fiesta, a man after my own heart. Good for you, welcome to the pit of hell. Thanks. Glad to be here, at least so far. I've made more friends than enemies, but it's so long we are losing more often than winning. That's probably the course things will go. But since you do know about this and you happen to be here, does this mean that you have played your share of AOE2 and on the ladder? And is there a chance, like, which elo should we reach to be able to randomly stumble across you online? Now, if we had 2 barracks by now, perhaps few monks, we might have been able to get the castle up. And if we had a castle up, then this would be a different game, I reckon. So this is the moment, like, this was a daring castle and this was not needed. We could have built a defensive castle here, for example. But this hill was really tempting for us, and that's how we lost the majority of our army. Few villages, 300 stone and so forth, and gave our opponent a chance to, like, of course they are in a very good position by now. Like, they are 3 town centers booming, 20 villages ahead and all that, but this made it all that easier, all that much more easier for them. Uncle Fiesta, I was the same as you, sir. I made it to 1500 elo and then I quit for 2 years, so I'm just getting back into it. But I started back in 1999 also. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I presume that there are quite a few people like us around. Like, of course, there are these old players like Doubt still making that happen after 20 years of professional gaming. But it's probably also some group of people who have grown up with the game, and then after 10 or 20 years of pause, perhaps less than that for some, are still based on nostalgia perhaps, and the media coverage that it gets thanks to the new editions and the new DLCs, finding that it still exists and giving it a go. Uncle Fiesta, now I started a new account last month, so we may meet at 1200 or 1200. The highest I've been so far has been 1100 after 10 games or 15 games or so. But then again, we are playing that much better than we did back then. So there are there are some games where we make a few lapses, like in this one. I think that we could have played this a bit differently. Some decision making wasn't quite spot on, but when comparing to some of the games that we played a month ago, so this is the 18th streaming day, yes, and this has been spread across a month or so. So I've played 80 games perhaps on the ladder so far. If you were to watch some recordings from the first days, you would not only witness these mic issues more often than now, and more in a more terrible fashion. Now just knocking on the wood, but still. But also you would see totally different games that weren't even this close. So there's that. So hopefully by learning the quirks of different civilizations, I know some of them, but I haven't played because I've been watching tournaments and watching the scene during the last decade or so. But I still like actually knowing what Saracens are able to do, not being able to build halberdiers that I learned today. So I could have utilized the tech tree mod that I have, if it's not the default thing these days. But still, I think that eventually, like once the basic building blocks fall into place, it's going to get the play and the level of play is going to get that much better. That's remains to be seen, of course, remains to be seen, but that's how we expect this learning experience to go. Uncle Fiesta, I have 3 kids and a wife, so I play when she lets me. She's the boss. Sounds like the correct way to approach this too. And like, well, I don't have a wife. I don't have any children that I'm aware of, at least. I have a cat, or the cat. So that gives me some time. But I also, like, I've postponed this quite heavily, because every now and then I've been watching the Viper, for example, and then thinking that looks like so much fun that perhaps something like that should be done by myself as well, just playing, not streaming. But then I also realized that practicing this streaming thing might be loads of fun, and perhaps there are people like me, like you, who haven't been playing too much, and then by watching something like this happen, they might get the inspiration that perhaps I could play a few games on the ladder, even if I have never played on the ladder, and even if I'm not too good in the game necessarily. So we are also trying to inspire people, of course. Now the question is, if we had the castle, would we have a chance? We are up to Imperial Age, so presumably, basically, perhaps yes, if we were able to produce Mamelukes, carry on with the second castle. But they are still floating resources, they should be able to withstand that. But if we had army, then we would be able to push into their eco. So of course the approach here is a bit off, because we are fake booming here with 3,000ers, but we actually don't have too many villagers working for us, and we aren't even queuing more. If we did boom, like if we got the castle up and we started booming, for example, that would be another way to approach this. But this is just like losing all the villages. We have lost 12 now, and we haven't really replenished them. So this is going to be just a painful, slow death for us with the decisions that we made. Uncle Fiesta, if you mass spikes rather than tripping and get the castle up, I think you win. Yeah, that at least, like, of course it would have remained to be seen, but from what we have seen so far, the only thing they are doing is producing knights. So I don't think, I don't know, perhaps if we face them again soon, we will be able to check that, whether they have other tricks up their sleeve. But it might have very well been that if we had 20 pikemen, so 20 pikemen and few monks to scare the knights, then we might have been able to just push in with our army and keep the knights away, or knights at bay. But even now we are, well, finally we are queuing 7 pikemen, but it's a bit late for that. But yeah, like trying to, the reason we are watching these games is not only because playing is so tough and so such a huge burden for the brain and whatnot, but also to try to find the places where we could have played differently, to hone our game sense. Because here I still thought that we had like fighting chance, but I didn't realize that our eco has, like, we have lost 20 villagers, and we weren't actually producing, we didn't have resources to produce, we were still soon lacking the wood, and we are lacking the production buildings and all that. So next time I perhaps respect the knights a bit more and drop down few extra barracks just to be able to produce enough pikemen to get the instant defenses up, so that something like this wouldn't happen. At least it wouldn't be as deadly as it currently is. Alright, but the thing that, like, watching the Viper occasionally, for example, it felt like such a fun thing to do. And first I thought that I should practice a bit, and then, like, once in a year from now, or 2 years from now, when we reach the 1200, then it's time to make this appearance on Twitch as well, or on other streaming environment. But based on my experience so far, this has been a great way to get into the game. Of course, we are not new to the game. We know some mechanics, even if we are abusing the game and not doing the correct calls as often as someone who has been playing this game on and off for 20 years might be expected to do. But still, also, like, are you streaming? Because indeed you should, if you aren't. Like, everyone should be streaming is my current hot take. Ooh, yes, I can tell that there has been a recent broadcast. Alright. You have earned my follow. They don't come cheap. So know that you are very, very appreciated, and your presence here is very appreciated. I'll try to catch you online if you... Oh, you did stream often, but now very rare. Alright. And Uncle Fiesta, well much appreciated to you, sir. And also you said that, or he said, agreed, I think the ladder is the best way to learn. Yes. Yeah, I can agree with all of that. Even though the rare streams is understandable, family and all, and perhaps your wife also has a take regarding the streaming activities, but still, Uncle Fiesta, but it's very rare. I streamed when I was at 1500, but then I hit a wall and got frustrated. Yeah, I feel you. I think it's quite common story too. At least based on the, like, now I have been on and off watching. Also a side effect of starting the streaming myself. I didn't have a Twitch account in the past. Then I had to create one to be able to publish my stream. And while here I've been also I've been getting acquaintance with other streamers and watchers in general, and I've been watching the Age of Empires 2 streams available, and Age of Empires 1 streams as well, although there are only a few of those. Okay, there was still stone left at this hour. Okay. And it seems that there are some people who are, like, if not try-harding, but at least frustrated with their progress, and we are not there yet. Of course, we are still at 900. We used to be at 1000, now we are at the low 900. Let's see if that turns. But still, I think it's just, now that this is a hobby sort of thing, I don't think I need to prove that I'm very good at this game, or I don't have to qualify to any tournaments or anything of that sort. It's just nice to see how what my current level of brain capability and physical capabilities are. Like, am I able to know this when I'm being raided, for example? Can I learn how to read the game and that sort of things? And then the ELO eventually acts as a proxy for that. So even if we drop to 800 or more closer to 500 or 0 or whatnot, there are probably reasons for that. So by watching the recordings, we should be able to notice that, okay, well, I don't know how to queue up villagers anymore, so perhaps we should practice that, or I don't know how to lure the boar anymore, and that might show some decline of mental capabilities, or just that we are stressed in real life, for example. And so I think that this is like, if we are able to stream every now and then we will get recordings that show how I'm doing in life in general. So that should be quite interesting. Of course, it like getting better elo wise will help us to get better opponents, or at least more stabilized opponents, more standard opponents, in a sense that when people start at 1000 elo, at least that's where I started, there might be people who are returning to the game after a few years of break, and they have already played their way up to 1500, for example, like you have. And it's going to be a very different game from someone who's just has been playing the campaigns and then takes their first ladder game and expects it to play out in a very similar fashion as a campaign mission might. So therefore I'm also trying not to be too harsh on myself if we lose without actually being able to compete against an opponent that might know the big game even better than we do, even if they have elo of around 1000. Okay, Uncle Fiesta, you will return, brother. You have good mechanics. Once the decision making improves, you will be the next Viper. Thanks. Now I already have the nickname for this huge not comeback, but well, perhaps the comeback starts by changing our in-game nickname to the next Viper. Thanks. We'll see in the future years. And Uncle Fiesta, okay, my friend, I will catch you again, I am sure, but now my baby is crying, so I must depart. Okay, well, I hope that you run already, but if you didn't, thanks for having you. I'm glad that we had you. Thanks for visiting. Well, the similar things that I said to Bini, but this shows how well we can improve in such a short time. It was nice having you around and see you around as well. Take care. And we got to witness the statistics. I think that having only 40 pikemen at when facing like full knight army is a subpar achievement, but best we could pull off at that game, or in that game. So it just takes some repetition and some more focus and decision making as well. As mentioned by our new friend Uncle Fiesta. Alright, now let's see if things are still working as expected. Perhaps. And looks about right. The only thing that isn't right, of course, is the map pool. Alright, I'll take a 2-minute break after commenting Zura's comment. Had first castle gone up, I think you would have won. Unfortunate. Thank you. Yeah, and that's also like the from decision making point of view. I knew that there are knights roaming in the fields, and also that like we had no rush in a sense, because they couldn't really hurt our eco now that we had the few town centers in place. So building this ultra secure castle that we could have protected with the little army that we had would have been a very good decision. Like, even if they saw that they couldn't have touched that, and by building the castle out of reach of our town centers, we gave them a chance to punish us for that. So we lost half the stone and also some building time and few villagers, and also the little like offense that we had, like the capabilities for offense were lost, because having the castle in the center of our city would have also freed our future armies to roam. But that's very good, because I've been in a situation like that where we have had no resources for a castle, for example. So we have just had this really nice 3,000 boom going on, and then we are attacked by 20 knights, and then that's game. So at least we got further than we did 20. Oh no. Alright, we are good. Thanks. But why would that be the case? At least there is no log message around here that would give me any insight. The box is still more or less well, at least it's in one piece, so that's good. And we are on Windows 11, since Zura asked or commented that alright, we are good, and are you on Windows 10 or 11? So Windows 11 this is, and I'm utilizing, I don't know if it's the cause or just this intermediate piece that happens to be around, but we are using Focusrite's audio interface as a middleman to turn this analog microphone signal to a digital one, and by reconnecting that the issue gets fixed. And I'm not sure whether we have, like, could it be like power management or something like that, that for some reason, because I thought we got this, if not solved for good, but at least I thought we had a good hunch regarding the reasons that something like this might happen. Then again, it might be just any like driver issue or something that I can't really wrap my mind around as of yet. But it's very odd, because sometimes it like now it has happened twice during half an hour or so, and yeah, approximately half an hour ago we had this last time, and then we have had long streams that took hours and we had no issues, or if we had issues I was not able to catch that, and it got fixed by itself, but I have not yet witnessed that myself. So more often than not there are people watching for some reason, so thanks you all, thanks all of you, thanks to you for being around despite the technological problems that we have every now and then. But that makes me think that it could be something more chaotic in a sense. Like temperature in general might be something that goes up and down and surprises you every now and then, but let's see, I'll spend a few seconds checking the logs, because we now have two cases where it went down unexpectedly, or got what's the correct word for that, corrupted, which is not something that we enjoy too much. So perhaps we are able to narrow down that problem thanks to the very good level of locking capabilities that our computer has. No, that doesn't help. And by computer I here mean Windows as an operating system. So we have some device setup problems, right? But the timestamps don't match. Alright, well, we didn't get lucky this time, at least not this easily. Let's see if there's some neat looking setting that I could still try to change just for the sake of trying to do something. Custom encoder settings, audio, and monitoring device. Okay, let's check that. So what does audio ducking to do? Doop, doop, doop. Normalize the audio, something like that. Okay. And now luckily we get this still working video stream, so you can tell that I'm full at work. Why? Despite the fact that we are not queuing for the next game, for example. So volume mixer, that looks very good. Yes, yes, yes. We know our stuff. And that we don't care about as of yet. Currently in use, very good. That's exactly how things are supposed to be. Dun dun dun. Drivers are only half a year old. That's like a almost newborn. Right. So our best bet, I'm afraid, is yet again and still to hope that the system will just automatically get better. Yes. Right, makes sense. More properties, very good. These make no sense. All right, but rest assured, I'm going to try to make something happen between the streams, just to see if there might be some easy fix in the end, because this is very like, as you can tell, it's very time consuming to begin with. and it's not only wasting my time. But thanks for your patience. And let's see. Is there something that I'm missing still? Sura's commentary regarding the operating system was one, and then now I'm off to a really quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes, but meanwhile you get to see this almost real life picture of our co-host. Let's see if he has time to appear on stream as well later on. And enjoy your stays if you happen to stick around, and if you have something better to do, then please help yourself and enjoy. And in any case, I hope to be back with you in the nearest future. Goodbye for a few minutes. Alright, and we are more or less back. I'll still see if we can make some easy adjustments to improve or to improve our setup or to prevent some unfortunate audio quality problems from repeating constantly. But at least we should be able to be audible while all this very scary looking updating is happening outside of your view, I'm afraid. But now, as I explained earlier, there has been a few things that we have been perhaps losing track during the stream. One of them was about the book recommendation, or perhaps I just forgot that I got through that. And then also we were about to check the things we should try to focus on to verify whether there are things that we thought that we had under our belt and in our deep knowledge, where we can pull that when the time comes, or whether we are just pretending that we have learned something, because that's how learning commences, by repetition. Some, at least partially, that helps. So, for example, the first game that we played today, we didn't respect the opponent's handful of archers, where we could have produced just a few skirmishers to drive them away, or at least to keep them from hurting our eco too much. And then by saving 100 resources in wood and food, perhaps in total, we lost a handful of villagers, plenty of production time or resource gathering time, effective resource gathering time, and so forth, and eventually the game too. And the last game that you may have witnessed was very similar in a fashion that we could have tried to focus on producing the counter unit for the only unit that we had witnessed on the field at the moment, which would have been pikemen against knight, or knights of our own, to open up the raiding possibilities too. But we somewhat failed to do that. So that's something that we could try to focus on in the next game, to fend off the immediate threat that our opponent poses against us. Now there's some installation happening in the background. Let's see if that fixes anything or breaks as we go. Shouldn't take too many minutes, but I'll just walk you through this. And then the castle drops. We were in a position in the previous game to prevent the castle drop from happening. First of all, by positioning our own castle in such a way that we could defend its construction process. We neglected that, took a risk that we didn't have to take, and it cost us not necessarily the game, but at least it was a huge setback. So we should be more careful not to produce doubt castles near our own base, at least. Like offensive ones, why not? We can't, like, even if it fails, it might still be the right call. But if we are building a castle near our city but fail to protect that, then perhaps next time we will remember to build it even closer to our city to give us more chances of making it happen. We are still installing, but the progress bar has improved ever so slightly. And we also got a message from a cat. So just a second, if you please excuse me. I'll be back with news in a few seconds. Alright, so the cat has hunted, and that's very important. And also, this is something that we prepared earlier already, but now we have some tea, not real tea, just tea-like drink, so hot and not from tea leaves, so it's an herbal drink, I presume. Colored yellowish. We have a new installation bar, but I'm tempted to just leave that be, presuming that all this new whatever firmware driver thing is not going to affect us in any way or fashion, or at least not in a poor way where I may be wrong, but still very tempted, because as a background information, what I was trying to do was to open this software that allows me to adjust settings, but the mere action of opening a software caused it to automatically install without showing any cancel buttons or close buttons, and now this update process took some 5 minutes or 10 minutes, so how many minutes ever. And now that it's finished, the button given to me said reopen the application. Very good. And now that I did it, there's this loading bar telling that they are checking. Don't know what, but checking. So that's great. And then we get to know that not all the services are running. And okay, well, this was a nice run, and I'm glad that we gave this one a try. And hopefully some of the updates that took place, don't know what. This is computers for all of you who are new to the scene. Computers, the best they come, as best they come. but perhaps something did something. But thank you for your patience. Now, of course, we know that there's at least one person Bini in this example, if you're using the real name, who might just have this stream running in the background. But thanks for that as well in any case. Okay, we are done with the co-host because they are no longer sleeping, based on the sound at least. That was a call to play. Like if you ever, like, I don't know if that got to the microphone, hopefully it did, this scratching sound. But if you ever hear something like that, then you do know that you are hoped to attend presumably cats close perimeters with any sort of objects that they get to play with, preferably some mouse-ish thing that they can hunt. That's one of the life lessons that you can learn here in this stream. Like, playing Age of Empires is one thing, but learning about life, totally different one. And we have more of the latter, less the former, but constantly we are on the ladder and hope to be a better performer as time passes. Thanks to you all for witnessing this high moment of my life and career, and hope that it also like this flows to your direction as well, in however small quantity or form. So Arabia. In the past I've said that Arabia is like the most suitable map for us because we have played it the most, and there is a room for maneuver, so we get to play with the very clever archer openings and all that. But now we have been focusing on different things and have lacked the capability of actually doing archer rush. That was supposed to be the thing, but perhaps this time is different now that we have had a pause. Alright, monitoring, still alive, kicking, sounding very wise, yes. And off we go. Burmese against Magyars. Magyars scoutsive, I've understood, I may be wrong. Perhaps we could have 2 people there, and once you are done with that, then that's alright, okay. Let's have a quick look with this goat, and then good luck, have fun, still takes some thinking. And a cheeky bugai 9671 replies in a fashion, in a similar fashion, which is a very nice thing to do. That's something that I've understood that some new AIs are also able to do, so it's not something that's totally reserved for human like people, but at least the standard AI doesn't do that. Or perhaps it's just because I never said good luck, have fun to them. perhaps it's just that. Or we were well, bit late to add this. Okay, so we have this very clever way of starting the game, which will get us housed and force us to get loom prematurely, if that's a word. So it will take some time to get accustomed to that, because we have so many things that we are trying to attend to, that it might just so happen that we don't realize that we should be building the second house. Because the idea behind the one house build, so first build one house with 2 villagers, and then after that's done, then move all the villagers to goats, and then the idea is to get that much more resources in shorter time duration, and then the first villager that goes to collect wood would build the house required. But now we are again, oh no. Okay, so this is going to be a 15 pop up or something. Alright, well, of course this was a rather good idea, but then take some further planning before we are able to make it actually work. Okay. Well, so a minute or so idle time, but that couldn't be avoided. Do we have enough food now? No, we don't. We are lacking the second rhino. Could be anywhere, so it must be there. And once we are done with that, okay, so this is how the game is played these days. Really quick uptime, and then we will somehow just try to make it work. And perhaps our opponent will be surprised by this swift move of ours, but that remains to be seen. Right, so we will kill the boar, kill these and that. Alright, and then yes, the deer. So the thing that's going for our way, yes, elephants, indeed. So the thing going our way is that, how long is that going to take? 75. Okay. You go there, help with that. Few extra villages that way. Alright. A barracks. And then it's going to take a while to get to the point where we want to get, but eventually. And there's that. Okay. So we could try to surprise our opponent if we ever get to a position where we have enough wood to actually produce, for example, or build archery range, not even produce, but build would be something. And or perhaps we will go to berries after this. Okay, let's do it like that. 175. Yes, we can. We'll just have to believe. Alright. And Now the problem is that we have had idle TC for quite some time, so this is not the greatest start in that fashion either. And perhaps we could have a few extra villages here and there. And you can help there. Why not? Very good. Okay. Right. We are still also audible. So we have very many things going our way. One spearman just in case, and then you get to shoot that. And then get back there. Let's see if we can manage to push the deer, for example, there. Okay. Okay. Few extra archers, blacksmith, and extra house. There, it's very good. More woodcutters. Alright, and then we can go find our opponent, who's probably somewhere there. Farm upgrade before we start farming, and also fletching right away. And let's go. Let's see how it goes. So they are building walls. Where is our... Okay, and in we go. So short walls here and there, very good. Some idle time, oops. Oh no, so they have scouts of their own. So perhaps it would make sense to have a few units of our own to help there, but okay, well, we can't get in. And let's then produce few spearmen and few farms just to make our field possible. A market and a house, and then back you go. Alright, and that's that. Now what do they have actually? We should be able to produce more archers if we wanted to, so why not? But then we could also try to buy ourselves up. And then let's have a few spearmen here. Back to the safety. Run! That was badly timed, but didn't matter too much in the end, I think. Okay, so more spearmen and less other units. Alright, and back there you go. Very good. And you could help there. Good, extra spearmen if possible. And to the safety. You here, yes. And you can also come to the safety if possible. Very good. Well, we lost a few villages that we didn't actually have to lose, but that's the price we are going to have to pay at some times and dates. All right. And now what? We should be getting to the next age, but we aren't. Let's add a few more farms. And you there, right? No low health villages anywhere to be seen, not at all. And now we have gazillion of farmers, just as we are supposed to have. Can move there as well, few pikemen there. Very good, okay. And now, how do we get to the next age? By buying our way there. And you can come here if you can. Please do. If you have a chance to. And up we go. Okay. So the army control wasn't quite there, but or the unit control. But it's like it's going to take a while, but we will get there. We could have tried to save her. Would have made sense. But for some reason, perhaps I misclicked that. Okay. But that's that. Now, in comparison to the last game, or the previous game, we would be very wise to, if we tried to and in you go, and the scout should be dead by just like that. Da, 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 da. We should try to get the oh yeah, the spearman. Good. I've been thinking about you for quite some time now. You could help there if you can just find that in your heart to feel like an important task. And then we will buy some wood to be able to produce let's see, some extra to get this stable that we so dearly need. And then this should be a game, of course, because now all we need is a few small elephants to help us to get to the victory. And perhaps it wouldn't hurt to, now that they also have the means to upgrade their units, then perhaps it would also make sense to try to get a second town center somewhere like here, for example. Few upgrades that we could have made on our way, and then they will probably carry on with the night play. Ooh, we have these archers. Okay, so let's scout. You could go there. Okay. Now they probably have quite a few farms of their own as well, since that's what we that's how we started the game, so that's probably also their way of thinking. And as soon as we get enough food for that, we could try to add an additional town center over there. Few elephants, and we are only worried that they will reach us before we get this down. Let's see, plenty of people on other resources, but still lacking a few Stone miners, why not? Upgrades are in place. Let's see if they have. So knights they do have. What else? And we were also able to get that up in time. So very good. So we were of course lacking a way to reach the town center from a distance, but perhaps that's not too biggie. Additional elephant, why not? And then to the safety you go. And you may mine some gold. More woodcutters. Ooh, utilizing the hill bonus. Very clever. So they know the game. And they are not hesitant of using that to their advantage. A monk killed, very good. Alright. So we need more food. Okay. Well, we can afford that shortly. More houses. And then carry on with the lumberjacking checking tasks. Oops, my mistake. Sorry. I didn't mean to kill you. Just so happened. Alright. So you can run to the safety here. So they have gotten some nice kills. I'll give them that. And it would probably make sense for us to try to minimize those kills by, for example, creating more units, but that's not how we usually tend these situations. Perhaps buying some food would make sense to be able to get to more quality units. Well, they are at least very active. Okay, let's go there instead. So that's good. Good for them. Good with their units. Meanwhile, we are also causing havoc in their base. So that's good. It's probably a question about who does more harm where. Okay, let's go there instead. Few extra pikemen this way or that way. You can get back to work. Because they have good numbers. So we should try to respect those. That's what we have learned, right? But meanwhile they have had few losses of their own, so that's nice. Perhaps you could try to build that. Let's see what happens if you are able to pull that off. And you have been idle for quite some time. It ends now. And ooh, so they did notice that eventually. Right. Well, this is neat. Okay, so where are their ponies now? I may have lost track of them. And more people there. And then ballistics would be a nice thing eventually. but we could just buy ourselves to the next age as well. Ooh. So why not do that? We are not floating too many units though. Okay. Back we go. Okay, well this is a throw in a sense, I would like to say, because they will lose those units, and of course we will be behind in numbers too quite soon if this carries on like this. Because they have quite nice numbers when it comes to defensive units. No, to the knights, not defensive units at all. And our farms are almost fully deserted by now. So let's move here. And we were thinking of having multiple units of various qualities, but we may be lacking the means to actually pull that off. Okay, so perhaps it makes sense to build up a huge force of knights, for example. Alright, so away we run, and let's buy ourselves a castle, for example here. See if we can make that happen. And then we could also build an additional castle or buy ourselves additional castle with the stone that we have. Okay, so away we run, somewhere like here, if possible. They probably will follow us, but let's see. And then this could be the castle if we can make that happen. Right, and then we will want to buy. Ooh, but we did never click up to the Imperial Age. Oopsie. Well, so I thought we did, but I was a bit wrong on that front. Sura, I'll be off to sleep. This match has been rough since start. Hope you get better one next time, Sankari. Good luck and have fun. Thanks, Sura, and good night. It was nice having you around as well. But indeed, this has been a rough match, like Sifibin, as the pros call it. The next game will be a different. You just wait and see, but we'll be in touch. GG, well played. So, oops, that's not what we were supposed to do. So Shihibugai was able to pull it off with their very clever build. I think we had few moments during the game where we could have played our cards a bit differently, but we shall see it in the future as we spectate the game real quick. I don't think we got, like, despite the pause that we had, I don't think we got the start that we envisioned. First of all, this one house start has so far, like previous day when we tried this, I think that we managed to pull it off once or so. It felt smooth and so forth, but now the couple of times when we have tried to make this happen, we have found ourselves housed. So like we could add one more villager here, but then we should, oh, but sorry, I'm in the wrong view myself. But now we should send a villager to gather a wood and build the house, lest us get housed. But instead we are still scouting the nearby resources, and that's not going too well for us. And the greedy play that we had, so we are researching loom here. I usually tend to research it on the or after reaching feudal age, so this is a bit earlier than is recommended by most. And then the 15 pop up because we didn't have enough wood to build a house after we had this greedy mill here. Could perhaps have played a slight factor in the fact that this game was a bit difficult for us. Now we also are still missing 2 sheep, and the rhino is hiding behind them, and then we are collecting wood instead of collecting the food. Like we didn't have a need for the meal at that hour, but it was due to the fact that we were running out of food that it felt like it would be a good time to add the meal as well. So this is what happens when you try to evolve or adjust or alter your game plan. I don't think that GG Bukai, we made this game very easy for them, I feel like, because when we sent the archer and the 2 archers and an elephant, they got a plenty of kills. So I think they were fully focused on controlling the knights, not losing them, constantly harassing our eco while neglecting theirs. But the fact that we weren't able to defend our ecos too well made it very hard for us. Like since we had the monastery as an up building, we could have also tried to produce a few monks of our own and not just create devotion to get more resistance for our elephant or the 3 elephants or so that we actually produced. Here are the walls. I think that Magyars, this is the standard way of playing with them. Also using the farm auto build or fast building farm feature based on the fact that the farms are spread like that. The first 4 farms. Here they are producing the scouts. But only 1 villager ahead. How is the idle TC time is very equal. So I think that had we played this in a more careful manner, we could have turned the tide as the game went on. But that's the level of play that we have to offer right now. So losing the archers running like towards the hills, very good idea, but still the spearman was off position by their very clever micro play. And then there's this archer that could have still found some kills here. And then no eco kills as of yet. But now we should be producing few more spearmen. Even if we are like, we have very few reasons not to produce spearmen after seeing that they are going for scouts. So this is something that we learned the last game, and we are relearning here. That it would make sense to produce spearmen and also the armor upgrade, because we are behind in numbers currently. So any little defense that they might get, like they are very cleverly here. Also giving the heal bonus for their scouts. But here they are more or less throwing the scouts away. They got 3 kills, but like half of their scouts are gone. Now if I had remembered that we had archers here, we could have decreased their numbers even more. So I don't think the scouts play was too good, despite the result that they got. But now we should know that we are behind in villages, or at least that's very likely, because we had idle time during the Dark Age, and we didn't know, but we could have presumed that they would double down with the scouts play. At least that would be the way for us to lose. And now we have the archers here still, and we have fletching, so they still make damage to scouts. So they could help the spearmen, for example, here, or they could be positioned here to help. 2 more villagers down. They have 5 more, but we are still leading in idle TC time. Now the eco damage is that happens is mostly due to the idleness, and then the picks that they get here and there. And I also think that at this stage it would make sense to, because we are close to Castle Age, we should get the town centers down as soon as possible. Like that would be the play. Instead of adding the stable, just carry on with the boom. Or like start the boom, because we have the farms and everything. We could have added a town center there to protect like the front of our base, and second one here, or one here and one there, so that we are able to collect stone. But I think that we are going to get ahead in numbers due to the fact that we are like, they are still investing to bloodlines and husbandry, postponing their uptime even further, queuing 2 more villagers. Like from this point onward, I don't think we should lose too many units, but instead of investing to elephants, it would have made sense to research pikemen and carry on producing them, the spearmen, at this stage, and get the speed upgrade for them, get the armor upgrade for them, because now we don't have any of those. Now having like tough elephants is very good, but we are still lacking the eco for that. Like if we had this, like after getting the town centers down, now we are leading in eco as well, but they also started booming. It's just few knights, but we are like under protected at this stage, and the town centers can't fit all the units, and we only have fletching. Of course fletching is very good, but since they have armor, it's still not too effective. And now if we had pikemen or 2, we could fend this off, this attack, quite easily, and we should be fighting under the, or in the close proximity of the town center here. It was also a mistake to position the town center in such a fashion that the people working in this very same wood line can't get in. Very simple thing, but the town center could have been there too. Like not having that gold, but like we already had a pile protected, so it wouldn't made a difference. Like town center here would have protected the stone miners too. So some small fixes here and there. But for example now, so the eco kills are 9 to 0. There's this elephant goes unnoticed, and the resources collected is hugely in their favor. We are quite equal in village numbers, but we are getting constantly raided by these knights. If we had sent 2 elephants, this would have been a different game, since we had the upgrades, bloodlines and husbandry, but we didn't have pikemen. So that was a wrong prioritization on our part. Seeing that they are heavily investing to this cavalry play. And perhaps the similar thing happened to us that we expected to have happened to our first opponent of the day, where they thought they clicked, or based on the resources we thought that they have been collecting enough resources to get to the Imperial Age, and then they suddenly queue 12 knights and waste the gold. Here we are getting the eco kills, and it takes quite some time before they notice this. But still, like, we have lost 30 villagers and are still quite even, like surprisingly even, but that's because they have had a huge, like, we are not constantly producing, but neither are they. And we could have, with all the upgrades that we invested in, we could have made a different type of resistance happen, so that we wouldn't be this much behind in resources, for example. Because now they have like a scary number of knights in place, and we are still lacking the castle, for example, to protect the area. If we had this town center here on the stone mines, we could have collected enough to build a defensive or sort of defensive castle here and here. But now our army number is 2, and the other, like half of our army is here killing villagers, and the other half was there and now is there to fend off the attack. Now here's the misplay on their part, losing a few mangonels, but they have monks in place, and we have lost 40 villagers. And the town center fire is still not enough to hurt the knights. We are still playing with 1 barrack, so very like sort of easy fixes. Especially now, since we had gold that we could have spent to buy stone that we weren't able to collect earlier because of neglecting that. But we could have bought the castles earlier, build a castle there, another one there if we wanted to secure our boom, sort of. And then see if we still had the resources available to get to the next stage, because we are still even in villager numbers. So our boom was sort of good, but our protection, the defense, was way too neglected for this to work. And Shikibukai made I would like to say the correct decisions, like building up the cavalry forces, being active with that, even if it costs them some idle time. Like here we have 11 villages still idled in the town center. That didn't matter because they were pushing here, and despite the fact that we have enough resources to create a handful of elephants or anything, we are lacking the buildings and we are lacking the actions to make that happen. So the float that we still had after being wiped off from our starting town still doesn't help us in this case. But this, and we thought we clicked to Imperial Age, but we actually didn't, since we bought and in the end we bought few castles with those resources. But even now we are just 20 villagers behind. So and age behind too. But like they had 21 villagers idle. So if it might be that we have a little work. Ooh, is this still working? Let's check. Well, at least the sound is alright now, but if it wasn't alright a time before, please do let me know. But so what I was about to say was that if we had played the defensive game better, we could have fend off the push, clicked up to Imperial Age first, and then since they weren't collecting stone, perhaps it was stopped by the archer play here. Looks like that at least. No, it's just perhaps these villagers were supposed to do something, but they have been like this 11 villagers there. But in any case, like had we played this more cleverly, there would have been ways for us to get back to the game. With just investing to knights, for example. Like there were multiple ways for us to play the game in a better fashion, but we gave our opponent the chance and the pleasure, also the pleasure, to easily march to a victory, I would say. So something to think about in the future. We were trusting our defenses too much, it seems. Yet again, like our armyless defenses, they failed to deliver. This is also a bit surprising. Like in the past, I would have presumed that having a day where we only get to play Arabia. This is the 4th or 5th game of the day on Arabia, because all of the games have been on Arabia. I would have said beforehand that this is the way for us to get to the 1100 ELO where we once were 2 weeks ago, because this is the map that we know. Koreans against Italians, and then to my surprise it seems that that's not actually the case. So we may know the map, but even the map is not easy enough for us to actually make it work. Like the way we are playing the game is perhaps a bit too relaxed, in a sense that we are not keeping count on the villager numbers. And okay, now 6th on food. Ooh, more sheeps, very good. And then the house builder. Let's see if this goes any better now. Well, some unnecessary gold damage here and there, but so after this you can eat that, and after that you can eat that. All right, more villagers, very good, and one more could go there. All right, more sheep, goats, and do we have deer? Let's see. I don't know Also this, you can eat that. Well. Good luck, have fun. It's never too late. You can, ooh, you go in there, and then we will change the, yes. Right, perfection is achieved. Not when, but when. Alright, and then we will need a house. So that's your task. And then we should get the mill. Alright, and where are the deer? Ah, yes. Few extra units, very good. A pond. Right, the rhino number there. So we have been able to overcome some of the mistakes we have made earlier, or avoid some of the mistakes we have made earlier. Not all of them, of course, but some. And oh, right. Some extra time can't be avoided. And then perhaps the 20 pop-up is exactly what we are trying to do here. We might have all the sheep, so that's nice for a change. And then we also got a zebra. So that's all nice and fancy, and alright. Few more. And then we should be going up. Let's see if we have the means for that though. One more. Alright. Well, then it's loom o'clock. Then it's not loom o'clock. Right. But it still probably shows as a very good idle TC time. Even though we cheated by cancelling the research. Sometimes we need clever tricks like that to be able to achieve things in this life. Alright, let's see how that goes now. You could be there. Alright, you could help there. Alright, good work everyone. We have few unnecessary actions here and there, but people also keep count on those, so what's not to like? So archers is the play. No, it's secret archer range. No. So for some reason, when we try to make things happen, we fail. But this time we don't have wheelbarrow on our first research upon getting to the next age, so that's good. We are still lacking the axe. I didn't get to see their upgrades, but I presume they are few and far between. Time to queue loom just in case, now that they are around here. Few archers just to show them that we are serious. And then I don't know if they witnessed the Armenians as of yet, but they probably will soon. Oops. Okay, let's rush that. And in we go. Alright. How come we found... Oh! Right! We may have been trying to scout here and there. Right. Oh, then it was theirs. Okay. Oh, thank you. More houses are needed soon. Let's build one there. And then off we go. And once you are done with that, you can carry on with that. Alright. What else? More villages, very good. Few more archers, why not? Spearmen, not this time. Because they are in any case, of course, presuming that we will show up with archers, because that's what people do expect. Few farms, but not too many. And then you can go there. You can go there. And we are against Italians. Soon running out of berries. Perhaps more farms would make sense after that. Alright. Ah! Well, this is not the proper place to reside. Well. So perhaps we could try to make something happen here or there. Instant tower, alright. Well, this boat's good for us. And away we go. And you could be there. Ooh, there's a second wood line, alright. So you were supposed to build that. And the farm might be in order. Alright. 3 wood lines? Okay, well this is new. What's going on? Well, this is how you spread the risk. But I don't think I've witnessed that sort of play all too often. So let's add another archer range and few more archers, because now they are adding skirmishers of their own to get access to gold. Alright. To get, yes, that was correctly put. And we could be decreasing our idle time if possible. The micro inputs very cleverly. Alright, so we move there. And with these, oops, well, we made a mistake of ordering them to gather there. And suddenly we are floating wood, so that's very good. Right. More units there, more farms. Right, because we have all these wood cutters here too. Alright, good for us then. And then there's skirmisher there. What? Okay, so they are utilizing the... This makes all the difference. Okay, now I understand why they have the... so many people on wood. Well, that's the way. Very good. Oh, building. Let's... No? Oh, gold, right. Gold. And now? Alright. Run! Okay, are there any more places such as that? This is a huge investment. But then again, they get... Oh, sorry. They also get free like source of villagers, so to say, by that. So makes sense. And perhaps it would make also sense to build a few stables. And then some extra farms. 1, 2, and you here as well could help. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what's going on? Okay, run. And then you could try to help that. And what's going on here? Scout, but only one scout so far. Should have probably stayed on top. But well. So let's produce a few more archers now that we have the capabilities for that. And then knights will follow. 1000 there. 1000 there. And then few knights and a husbandry. And what's going on here? Okay. Back we go. Oh, for a while I thought that there was something over there. Alright, so let's go straight to their eco. And here we go, just passing, don't you mind. Na 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 na, tra la 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 la. Oh, so there was a scout. Let's see if this is enough to stop that. Boom, 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 boom. Right, and a few more farms. And let's see what we can make happen here. Hello? But it's very, even if I might say it's a tough play to make work, this fish trap thing, it's still a very nice play to, so good for them, right? Something happened to our second night, but we should get more of these. Perhaps so here, for example, and then we could produce a few archers more. Ooh, even outpost. Perhaps few villages there. Now this should be a game for us to win, based on what we have seen so far, but we have been in positions very similar to this before, without being able to quite pull it off in the end. Additional tower. That's cool. Huge. Let's check how things are going around here. Alright, goodbye. Okay, no gold miners there. Up, up, up. Perhaps a few more knights. Check how things are going here. More villages, why not? And the spearman can try to kill the daring villager too. Now we didn't quite scout whether they have bonds elsewhere or whether that is their only one. But let's see. This is a really nice touch, I must say. So if you are going to build, ooh, okay, so they have pikemen. We should respect that. But we have no more woodcutters. Oopsie. Okay. Well, perhaps you could help with that a bit. So what happened to those was I probably ordered them away, and I'm not regretting that, but we could have also invested to a few more things. Well, you live, you learn. Perhaps you could try to save the archers. That's the power player that we have. Like the very last wood that we had at our disposal were spent to produce these archers. So, alright, more knights to their eco. Perhaps that's the winning move here. I don't know if we have to make it any more complex than that. So it's a good tech to have. So let's invest in that. And this lake is empty. Let's see if they have something else there. I'm a little surprised by. Okay, goodbye. By their actions. Okay, and run away. No, okay, well, you had to go somewhere, so why not there? That's also a very good point. And then we could probably send a few people there. Let's scan this ever so slightly. Ooh, and there's the second lake. Alright. Now we'll see if that floats in the end. But it's a very nice approach to the game. I'll give them that. We also have this thing on our list that we should do fist boom if we see that there's a chance to pull that off. So sure, why not? And now we also might want to invest to a few more let's move them there. So they have more or less full vision to our whereabouts, and we should probably save a few units to be able to fend off their attacks if they ever happen. But let's try to scout the map whether they have something. So the pikemen's there, okay. They are losing here. They should be losing here soon. Okay, so the knights are coming our way. Are we prepared for that? Well, more or less, but more or less than more. And then we could probably try to build this forwardish castle. Let's put it here. Let's see if that works. So we are giving nice pressure towards them, but they are also of course hurting us, and we are not producing from these barracks. So let's see. And some of our best units are ill positioned. University, and then back to the wood line you go. Alright, and few more upgrades. And you could perhaps help your fellow peoples. More archers, few cavalry archers. Sure, there's the castle. Still going strong. And I don't think they should have gotten as many kills as they did, but here we are. Do we have other people garrisoned anywhere? No. Alright, so what's going on here? Fighting under the tower, very good, or not too bad. And then we could move back there. Then we would like to get ballistics and murder holds just in case. Perhaps we could also try to patrol these in. Few wagons here and there, an additional castle there. Let's see if they still have it to carry on. Burak Bulut wants to rematch. Liked the way you utilized the bonds. That's on my list. Let's see, 1 day 2. Oh, rematch, yes. Let's see if we have that. Now you finish. I don't know what it means. Well, the rematch works. Arabia, random. Oh, normal. You will dead. Good luck, have fun. All right, start. Bulgarians against Romans. Ah, isn't this just great? And we get to play Bulgarians. So perhaps it's due to the fact that it takes some time for the herdables to arrive under the town center. So it makes sense to utilize the idle seconds to build the town, the additional house, instead of trying to collect from the herdable to begin with. But if you are Incas, right, then we should be able to get that. Now, your mission is to build a house. Because then we will get the starting llama under the town center, so it might make sense to then send the villagers to harvest. from the herdable as soon as possible, perhaps. This needs further research to be sure. Oh, some idle time. Oopsie. But now Bulgarians. So we get militia line upgrades for free. But if I'm not mistaken, we don't get, for example, the archer upgrade for the crossbows. So archers are not to be expected here. So perhaps that's how we are going to surprise them then. We are still missing few sheep. We don't know. Oh, the deer is there. Okay. There's a boar. So let's try to get that. No longer missing any sheep. And you build a house and then we will talk. Extra villager to get that. And also there's this, it's not Hindustanis, it's Tatars or something, that get this berry bush under the town center when they start. So, oops, one extra villager makes all the difference. Oopsie. Still pushing, perhaps. So in that case also there's food waiting under the town center, so it might make sense, in a sense, to adjust the build in such a fashion that we could start with the like instantly sending villager on the town center and then building a house with 2 villagers, send them to herdables, and then after a few more villagers we start this. Oops, idling a bit more than I anticipated. And only after that we will carry on with the house building plans. Oh, the mill was, or the mill is 1 tile away from the berry bushes, so not too great. No? There you go, and you may go there as well. And your mission is to... No. Okay, well you will... This is a very, very, very difficult game. Ask anyone. But luckily no one died in the process, so we have that going for us. Few villagers go in. And no. Alright, some idle time. Well, I don't know how many minutes. A minute and full, perhaps. Full minute. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. So few more villagers, and then we will somehow go up and enjoy the life. Oopsie. But they are Romans, so we could expect that they will go for perhaps militia rush and then carry on with men at arms, play scouts perhaps, but we should get, like, so long we have a barracks or 2, we should be potent enough to harass there. What's there? They're TC perhaps? Well, that's alright. And you will carry on with that peak after that, for example. Mine. Right, we never clicked up. So, hello? What will be our approach now? Few people on gold would make sense, but let's not build it there, because we know better than that these days. Okay, few extra units. Do we just try to get the fast castle age this time? Perhaps we will. Except for you. Unless we see something from them. So this is a very nice, peaceful, quiet game, just as we have learned to love it. So there's a trap. All right. Let's see if there's something else. This and that. And then perhaps an extra house, just in case. Few farms to top it off. And would that be it? Alright. Perhaps. Let's see, so they have wall there. And what else? If we still have any wood left, we could try to sneak in a... So there's a stable, alright. Few extra villages. Archer range in the front. A spearman or two. And perhaps we will be able to, let's add more villages there. Alright, stone walls, okay. Well, this I wasn't expecting. Let's see if we are able to send even a single archer to their base then, if that is how the game is played these days. Alright, so this might take a while if they get their will. Few extra people there, you could start farming as well. I'm hesitant to spend any resources on that. How much is there left? 36. Oh no. Oh no. So perhaps we should have done that. Let's send just a few villages. No, just a few archers there. And aren't we happy that the... Oh, okay. Aren't we happy that the one the one who stumbled across this wild animal was... Help! Scouts. Alright, oh that's alright. Let's just scout the map. And up we go. And that's the end of that. We could have used that, but well, can't always get what we want, so let's patrol there. Try to guard the archer if we still have time to make that happen. And we are lacking what? food. Yes, okay. Well, finally up we go. So there's that. But some misplays here and there that would have made the game a bit easier for us. Now we should get quite nice militia line, but is that what we want to do? Not sure. We could also try to play the... So would we want to start collecting stone even before we get to the castle age? Not sure about that either. That's going to be our demise. This unsureness, but at least fletching helps our defensive structures, so that's worth the investment. And then extra villagers, why not? Let's see if they will still... We could try to throw in few infantry units as well. Infantry units. Since we get them for so cheap. And that's where their push comes from. And in we go. And let's build this if we still have time for that. And this is also a very good idea. Alright. And then they should be late for that. Let's see if that's actually the case. And few extra houses. Alright, well, we will get the houses soon. You build that, you build that. Alright, and there you go. Alright, and then we can give them a push of our own if possible. Let's see, so the archer goes there, the spearman might take care of that, you can fight that. It's your mission to take care of those units. The scouts are doing nice work trying to avoid our armies, but may also be failing at that a bit. Alright, a few cavalry archers, because that's the unexpected play, and that's exactly what we need in times like this. And once we get, more people, we could try to collect some stone too. Alright. And a stable, but we need more wood for that. Can you help? You go there, you go there, and you go there. Okay. That will work. Few extra cavalry archers. And in we go. Ooh, there's a gate. And one extra long swordsman. And then we will try to surprise them with our very clever castle play. Quite soon, if possible. Few houses, and then you carry on with that. Right. Now they see the stone operation that we have. It's their castle age. And what do we do? Let's scout the map just in case. Since it shouldn't surprise us if they are again doing clever plays with the lakes and whatnots. So stable, and soon as well we have way more gold than we need. Oh, right. So let's buy just some extra wood. It's gonna be good. Just like this. And what's going on here? Ooh, a castle. Alright. So they have defensive structures. Good for them. We are still lacking. Perhaps you could help a bit there. And then we could try to collect relics if we have time for that before they do that for us. No? There? Okay. Okay. And we are in. So hello. And then more barracks would be nice. We are floating some research. Ooh, centurions. Alright, so it's again time to invest to pikemen. Krepost would be nice, perhaps to secure our position here. And then carry on with the stone mining. And then we should have a monk doing the work. All right. An additional let's see now. Additional barracks. Ooh. Let's create a few conics then. The centurions themselves shouldn't be too much of a threat. We could probably be wise to invest in some upgrades, perhaps. And then we could try to fetch that relic if possible. Right. So your task is to get that one, then back you go. You could try to fetch that one if possible. Back to work. And alright, that would be the end of them as we got to know them. Extra town center, and then we should be able to get more buildings like that. Alright. Now I'm presuming that they are not booming too well, but it may be that they actually are, and I'm not just respecting that. Okay, well, that's not what we wanted, but that's what we are going to build. So, spearmen, pikemen, sorry. Few conics. And let's move forward and see what's waiting for us here. And do we have a monk here? Yes, we do. Back you go. More conics. archers' damage output isn't too great. It's something, it's just not too great. Can you... okay. Let's try to... we tried to. Wasn't much, but we tried. Right. Alright, more units would make this helpful for us. University, why not? More conics, since they are neat. And then let's march our army back there. Alright, it would probably make sense to have more people on farms too. No? Okay. And then some upgrades would be nice too, but we will get there eventually. Ballistics, very important for our plans. More stone, it's also important. Alright, and let's see what's going on here. More walls, alright. And then cavalry archers are the play. So they are slowly expanding, but is that the way they are going to play the game? Perhaps. Few extra villagers and we could use a castle. A few more villages there. Oh, and we are in. Cavalry archers from them. Okay. Surprising, but not impossible. And we are throwing few units away, but that we can afford to do. As always, as per usual. Oh, we also have our scout. I just had forgotten about that. Okay, so I think we should be trying to get ourselves to... oh, okay, that's alright. I was a bit worried for a while. And up to the Imperial Age we plan to go. Castle there, and then some wood gathering. Alright. So mining upgrade, why not? And let's see if there's something that we should know about. Doesn't look like there is too much. So they are just playing the long game, it seems. Is that correct call? Based on what we have seen so far. Few upgrades to support our cause. Horse archers, why not? And just let's run in. Why would they play horse archers? Like they can of course do that, but why would they? It's a very curious play. Okay. Let's go back there if we can. Cavalry attacks faster. That's very good. And then more conics is the play. More castles, probably two. So let's build a castle there and see if we can get more stone from there. And what then? Few more upgrades, farms. We still have plenty of wood, so perhaps we can afford to do this. Is this 11? Might be. Oh no. Alright. And in we go. And a trebuchet. And what else? Right. The pikeman. Soon to be halberdier if we get our ways. Ever. Right, so they are Imperial Age as well. So let's forget about that castle and then focus on the castle of our own. Few skirmishers just to waste some resources. Let's also try to raid their eco a bit. Hello, hello. See how that goes. We have a few monks. Oh, well, I haven't been watching too carefully, but clearly they are making a run. Might not have been the greatest idea, but you go there, and your mission is to gather more wood there, right? Alright, let's see if that sticks. And back they come. Let's see if that's still available for people to take. Running around. Alright. Now what's going on here? Nothing much. Okay. Right. We could have also utilized those a bit. Extra defenses for the militia line. Appreciated, so why not use that? And then the halberdier upgrade shouldn't be too far away now. Oh. Few extra conics might perhaps be of help. Oh, the slaughter. But even I'm not able to keep up with all the things taking place, so oops. So no wonder if they have a similar kind of problem. I'm just presuming, but we have had a few idols here and there for quite some time. We still have this. Well, this is going to be a gunner, but luckily we have more. And perhaps we could try to destroy that as well. Alright. So, upgrades, why not? And then the castle should go down quite soon. Alright. So the only thing missing now is the upgrades, right? And then we need gold. What did they convert? Well, good for them. A nice effort. And oof, luckily it stayed put. Okay, and then they should be running out of resources eventually. Of course, we are in a very similar position. Eventually, perhaps we could try to kill these people here. And you can come here to do some work. And GG, not to be seen. Well, it was nice effort. Now we didn't get to see the previous game, but this time they didn't do any fancy lake thingies. So there's that. But I'm still quite surprised by their approach. Now, since this was a rematch, we didn't get additional points, but we got experience. But perhaps that was like the very ordinary problem that people sometimes have, people like me, that they fell short on creating more villages. So perhaps that was their like greatest problem regarding this match. Burak Bulut for the 8th. Alright, but this one I'm not going to watch. For the fact that it was an unranked match. Alright, I'll take a very quick break, a few minutes break, and I will return to wrap it up with one more game perhaps. Burb. So that being said, see you soon. Alright, then back we are. Ravi? Just a second. Alright, and back we are. Let's verify whether we are still audible. Sounds like that. So for some reason, things sometimes work in our favor. Perhaps one day we will figure that thing out. Alright, so goodbye to our co-host is still allowed to stick there for a while, and let's see if we still have the power, enough power vested in us to pull through a single match. Now there has been a previous occasion where our opponent has asked for a rematch, but we didn't find the button from our interface, so we couldn't agree to that in time at least. So we are glad, at least I'm glad, that we got to try that again. And Arabia it is. How very surprising day we have had. I don't know if people are banning the I was expecting arena for some reason. Spanish we are against Ethiopians, and now, oops, well, at least we will not get housed, so that's something. Right, there's the fort. Goat. Good luck, have fun. To heartbeat. Good luck, they say. And our hearts are filled with joy. Now, oops, we are a bit late to that. But the next villager should go to collect some wood, perhaps. And after that we can eat that. Alright. And then the deer. A house, be quick. So you build that, you go there. Okay. No. Ah, okay. So the last sheep and some deer to help us with our immersive, yes, but important tasks. Where is there? Okay. And don't you dare run to the wrong direction. No. My mistake, but still. No. And there you go. And let's hope everything works. And we are trying to do things like the pros. Oh, oops. Well, nobody died in the process. We got some idle TC time and so forth, but like surprisingly good result, one might say. After this you go there. Alright. Let's try again with the ostrich. And oh, have our... Oh, like, but... Alright. Well, we deserved that. Somehow we deserved that. I'm quite sure. More villages to wood. Next take on the ostrich. We are Spanish. And we can expect Ethiopians archers, as that's usually the play. By which I mean that people tend to play to the strengths of the civilizations. So, oops, which is quite alright, of course. And back there you go. And you could go there. Oh, we didn't get all the villagers that we thought we wanted to. Okay, well, happens. One more villager to wood. Few extra to go. And is this enough to make it to the next age? We ponder. Still takes a few seconds, 300 or so, right? No, okay. Let you eat that first. Okay, so it's loom o'clock, and then we will go up. At least that's the way we are thinking about our lives now. Right, and now that that's over and done with, right, few extra villages, get some gold for us, so we get to try our archer play too. Now usually Spanish will try to aim to get the castle, and the archers are a no-no because of the quality, being the second civilization that I'm aware of that doesn't get crossbowman upgrade. The one that we just played, which was perhaps it will come to me soon, was the other in any case. Okay, and after that you can go there. Alright, now where is our opponent is the question. What was it? So okay, and A would be archer ranges. Alright, we could try to make use of these nice quick shortcuts that we have available for us. Alright, so berries, alright, spearmen, why not? So where is the archer range? Where is your gold mine? Where are you keeping your gold mine operations or gold mining operations? Is what we are curious to learn about. All right, the axe. Few archers. I don't know whether we are able to produce more of them than they, but we can always hope. After that we will go to get some. Build that and then that. That's very good. We have a single archer, but only a single archer as of yet. Spearman always present. Another one, alright. So what's going on here? Let's try to see for ourselves. We have too many people on wood. Shortly, okay. There's the scout. Let's try to move there. Fletching. And then the farms. Just a few. Oopsie, more houses would be nice. And luckily we just lost an important asset. So there you go. And then there's the second wood line there. Let's see if we can make something happen there. But there's their archer range. So presumably they are going to show up with archers eventually. At least it would be a very odd thing if they never did. These lions. Right. Now Spanish archers. I don't think there are too many times that people face those. Should we not idolize outside the town center? But no, let's not build a farm there. Nice attempt, but dum dum dum. Alright. More houses. We could build one there. And perhaps one or two there. And there. And if we had a market, this is as good a place as any. Let's run if we can. Dum 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 dum. Nice try, but we weren't quite able to pull that off. And now your mission is to go safely there. Very clever micro here and there. Okay, and you will get that. You will position yourself around here again. Run! Okay. So how much idle time have we had because of this? Some. It was very important. Okay, and then we will buy ourselves. Oops, well. To the next age. And you? Your mission is to find us more stone that we could try to utilize. You two. Oh no. A few skirmishers just in case. Because that's... Oh no. Because we would like to get to the... Why are you there? Oh. We would like to be able to... Is this a bad place for a house? Probably. Okay, let's build one there instead. And then an additional farm. Why not? Why not? Okay. So we have a few skirmishes. Just keeping an eye out. We have this archer that could try to catch any monks should they arrive. And then it shouldn't take too long for us to get to the castle. Ooh, well, that's a very surprising move. If I ever saw one. So in we go. And that's the end of that. Now you run here and build ourselves a town center. Oops. You go back to work, you get rid of that. You try to destroy that if possible. Now let's, oops. Hold on now. In you go. In you go, in you go. Very good. And back to work. Here and there. Very good. Nice micro all over the place. Alright. Few extra skirmishers. Oh no. And we are already 2 unfinished town centers behind. Oh, there you are. Good. We also have you. Right. Nice. It's good to have you around. Away! Run away! Now, the thing we are trying to achieve here is... Oopsie. Well, it might have made sense to focus a bit on trying to keep some units alive, but that's not the way we sometimes play the game, so that's not the way we played the game this time. So there you go. So we may have lost like 1500 more people than was necessary, actually, but that's what you get when you are lacking ballistics. And the elite upgrade too. But there you go. And luckily we still have some people doing some work for us. So let's try to get that down. I think the damage is done, of course, but do they get that? It's a whole different question. Are we late with the castle? Well, we shouldn't be too late. Goodbye. Alright. And now this is our game. Ours to win. Few conquistadors. And there it goes. Just like that. So we lost a few people that we didn't want to lose necessarily, but that's how the game is sometimes. Ooh, but we also were able to save a few villagers. Okay, well, you do some scouting. Good. Well done. Right. And few extra farms. Right. That's how it's going to go. And it's going to be spectacularly good thing for us. Right, so let's see what they are hatching over there. Additional castle here and some coal mining operations. Goodbye, monkey. And more wood. Okay. Few idle villagers. Okay, well, we will get there eventually. Right, so they have archers, but so what? Let's see if there's something we can try to do. Okay. relic there. They may not have been known about that, but they do know about it now. We would like to get husbandry on bloodlines, but we are lacking the means. Oops. Alright. Or perhaps like this. Right. Killing few units here and there. That's all good. Secure our base if we still have the means to do that before they arrive. And some more conquistadors just to keep them on their toes. So I think that their booming game might be more successful than what we have thrown at their way as of yet. At least it would surprise me if they somehow didn't have the means to stop us. But well, I don't know. Perhaps the most important thing is to try to keep on producing. Are they here? Let's have a look. More upgrades, why not? 150 food. Ooh, so they are. With a very nasty castle, of course. But are they here then? If they aren't, then that's what we could try to do by building a castle like this, for example. Let's see if that's just in time to prevent that from happening. Perhaps they are. But we should be aiming to get to the next age then. And as soon as possible would also be a good idea. There we go. Bloodlines already on the way. Could use some extra range. Lacking some wood. Well, at least we are utilizing the eco to some degree. Oops, 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 oops. With a setup such as this. Alright. And here they are. But luckily we were in time to rescue few units. Now if only the arrows would hit. So this was a throw from their part. It might have taken a while for them to lose the units, but they will still throwing away quite a few units. Now I'm curious to see what's going on here that they would have benefited from having. Alright, let's try to produce a few Kongs here and there. So a monk is to be expected. Ooh, and that's their imperial age, so we should try to prioritize that as well. Too bad, of course, that we don't have. We do have stone. Okay, let's see if this works. Might be that we are not able to pull that off, but who knows? Perhaps we just are. Oh no 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 no. No 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 no. There you go. oops, okay, so let's forget about that castle and build a castle here instead, if possible. Right, and then carry on with that. Good. Next age is going to be ours. And then we will need a university. And once that's done, we can carry on with the farm approaches again. Let's run in and see if there's something we can make happen. Right, and then few stables. In we go. Right, architecture, murder holes, yes please. Few knights, since we can afford those. Just a little bit of upgrades to help with other means. Some lost stone here and there, but that's alright as well. And few more knights. They might have an eco that's way better than ours, so can we still try to outboom them? It's a question I'm wondering here. Might be that we are not in a position to make that happen, but let's see. We only have a few. Ooh, okay, let's upgrade these first. But we don't need to upgrade them here because we can do it there. Okay. And we can afford to lose that castle too. Just create a few extra farms. And do we have any upgrades available for us? Yes, we are. Yes, we do. And these villagers will probably move here too. Oops. There you go. And we are still waiting for the upgrades to happen. And then they have shuttle warriors, but I'm lacking to see much else. Alright, so might be that we are losing the game, but at least we are going with too stable production push. You will take care of these and these and that, alright? And more knights are being produced. And oh well, this one unit is not going to cut it. Alright, so we lost it, but this time we were knowledgeable enough to know that we lost the game. So we should have made more effect with our, like we should have raided them instead of letting them boom. This approach of ours was a bit too slow, and they managed to make dent with their rage. So nice boom they had there. We were just slow to do or to make things happen with the things that we had at our disposal. Alright, let's see if we are still audible and if this still makes sense, this casting of ours. So heartbeat Ethiopians. I think that against probably a capable archer ship player. Let's see though. Heartbeat. Well, they have played 900 games or so. So at least they have some know-how. Possibly knowledge how to play the game. Pushing the deer, fetching the elephants, all that. Luckily they have the mill with this one tile distance as we had in the previous game, so that gives us some chance. But I still think that we didn't really play too well, like against their strengths, because we could expect them to go archers. We could have opened, like they were expecting us to open scouts. That's why they created all the spearmen. Now instead of creating this army of conquistadors, like defensive castles, that's alright, but we could have utilized the fact that we had a stable here, and we could have produced like 10 knights, for example, and few light cavalries to top that off, and then raid their eco, because the conquistador raids, I'm not too familiar with playing with them, so that's one of the things. And also they had archers and they had fletching and all those, like the defenses were set up, I presume at this stage, to be in a good position to counter, for example, conquistador plays. So it would have made sense to try to do something, if not like unorthodoxical in a sense, but something slightly different, because now they are just wasting their resources creating spearmen. I'm wasting my resources creating archers. They even have skirmisher. We are behind in villagers due to the minute and a half idle TC time. So like this is the early game is where we are losing the game when playing in a state like we currently are. That getting housed and all, but they have really nice defensive structures in a place, and we are over mining gold in this stage, but we don't need 600 gold. That's why we are late to click up, and then they get to settle with their town centers. But this looks very classic build in a sense. Just, prepare themselves for having this double archer range crossbow play, and our demise in this case was that like the archers was a really nice touch, even though we didn't get villager kills. And we also spent some quality time trying to invest to those archers and to make the play happen. But here, if only we had like few skirmishers ready, and perhaps like archer armor already as well, we wouldn't have lost 10 villages or so. This is really, we are late to add the town centers. We don't have the units to protect against this, and we are going to lose like 10 villages probably before all this is over. Even though they don't have ballistics, I just thought they had. We also had few skirmishers just like positioned ill positioned. So we have 2000s, they are delayed, they are 16 villages ahead at this stage, and this was all because they had 4 crossbowmen that I knew were coming. So, like misplays like this, I would like to, like this goes to show that you don't have to play to a perfection. But they're very cleverly scouting, just in case there are some raidings or something happening. Oh, but of course there were these raids, so it might be that some of the units are just like the ones that are forgotten afterwards. But here I thought we were in a like somewhat nice position, but they have already like they haven't been harassed at all. They have this nice eco, nice Townsenders spread over their map. They aren't even vulnerable at their gold mines anymore, since they have the one of the Townsenders additional ones right next to the gold mine. Whereas we still are, like we now have the castle, but this doesn't protect any gold. We didn't know there's gold there when we planted this in quick succession. That was a misplay to plant it there. They're scouting our stone miners, but are too late to get there. Now the castles are nice, but we are lacking ballistics. And now if we only had like 10, 15 or so skirmishers, like that's all we needed against their composition. Basically. Again, skirmishers. Because they have spearmen and archers. So if we had 50 skirmishers, that would be game. 3 villagers building a castle. It's a bit painful to watch, but that's how we learn. And then we are losing, like, we are only 15 villages behind, but we are queuing them despite having multiple town centers. We are like over investing in gold mines here, for example. Like the town center positioning is off in a sense. In that sense as well, that we only have access to this wood line here that's protected by town centers. If we had town center here, we would have access to this gold and this wood. So it would be easier to send the villagers to gather resources. Now we don't, so they don't. And that's why we only have 12 people collecting wood. Despite the fact that we have multiple town centers. Now here they are throwing away their crossbowmen, but they still have huge number lead. I think they're still going to get few village kills because we don't have ballistics. Here's the archer doing the work, very good. And we got some kills there. Like, I don't think this is still a losing position. Now all we had to focus on, like they are up to imp soon, they are floating resources. But if we had positioned our castles, like we could have continued with the castle approach sooner, build next castle here so it would be protected by the castle. At least the archers would need to walk a different or longer route to get there. We could have sold all the stone and clicked up to imp as well. But I think that our like eco was surprisingly hurt. Like even though we got some kills here by building the castle, so we already have 9-11 situation. So we lost 3 villages to what? If not to their units. Friendly fire? Perhaps? Perhaps our catapult was shooting here and killed a few villages that were stone mining. Could be. Now if we have if we had any units, see, we could prevent that from destroying our castle or bombarding our castle. But we don't have too many units in our army. Like a group of skirmishers would be enough to destroy the crossbow numbers, because they only have 20 crossbows. And we are lacking the resources, but like that's partially because the way we placed our town centers. So we have ourselves to blame for that. They didn't have more access to stone, it seems. So in a sense this was a good castle. But we should have tried to prepare, like these texts could have come earlier. And any sort of unit that would help to fight against trebuchets would have made sense. We are late with our upgrades too, and we are trickling our units in like that. I think it would have made sense to we should have been able to take the paladin to make a dent with the numbers that we had. Like 10 or so cavalry is not enough, sadly. And now if we were utilizing the stable that we had there to get the stable upgrades, we could have tried to send units here and idle their eco, but of course it's too late now. We have been idle for so long and are 40 villages behind, so it's just our downfall in Demis that's left to for us to witness. But what do the scores say? Army high very low. Relic called for them. For them we had villager lead. Yeah, but this is right before Castle Age. Very fast players we are, but that didn't help us. Alright. But GG, well played by Heartbeat. And one day we will also reach that level, or at least reach closer to that level of play that they showed to us. And we have sound issue, it's a sec. And it's fixed, perhaps. Huh. Alright, this is very odd thing, odd phenomenon that we have. Alright, let's see if we still have time for one more game. Just to see whether we have it within our grasp to stay within or even over the 900 elo. Then we will have something to fight for the next time. Or in any case, we might have something to fight for. Right. But it's very fun to notice that even a slight adjustment to the way I've grown accustomed to play the game. Okay, Hideout. This is one of the maps that we have never gone on. So, referring to this one house, Japanese against Franks, one house start is enough to throw us off our game a bit, like ever so slightly. OldManShouts, and they are playing as Franks. Are they also playing with controller? Due to the oops, you get that, and then we talk. Okay. right? Ah, just in time. Okay. Good luck, have fun. Dum 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 dum. And perhaps we could try to scan our nearby premises too. One more villager. Get some food for us and then. Alright. And then where is the middle? There, okay. Dum 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 dum. So a house and a lumber camp somewhere there. Let's figure out the details later on. Dum 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 dum. Oopsie. Well, we didn't have too much idle time, but seconds here and there. That shouldn't happen. We also have a friendly bird nearby. Okay, so where is the deer? The deer there. Let's go. In you go. You as well. Oh, surprisingly well. Some idle time. Let's not forget that. But if we do forget about that, then it was quite alright. Okay, then we have some sheep here and there. And our opponent is probably present as well. A house. As good a place as any. And we also got our cow made it back before we lost that, so that was nice. Few extra villagers. They came from the bottom, so perhaps that's where they are. Franks, so knights. Well, I was a bit early with that, but at least we will not forget about that then. So there's that. And few villagers to get gold. Okay. And then we should be done. Let's build a house just in case. And then a mining camp after that. Doop doop doom, doop doop doom. So we are trying to well, I was alright, mills and lumber mining camps are half the price. I remember that they were cheaper, but half the price. So could we throw them off with early enough archer play is the thing I'm wondering. I presume that's going to be quite hard. Oops. Well, we just forgot to keep a watch on that. But we can still try it. You can collect wood from there. Very good. Right, good for your health. Everything. And then we could... Oh, we missed their walls. No, 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 no. There you go. And there you go. Okay, getting there. Alright, few extra villages and loom. And then as soon as we get to the feudal age, we will drop the very ordinary. Do we have too many people on gold? We usually have, so this is probably the case in this case as well. Let's move that to berries then. So what we will want to do is build an archer range. Yeah, well, we can show that. It doesn't matter too much. Then we will want to get that. And then the farm upgrade, why not? And the blacksmith as soon as we can afford that. Okay, well, loom is quite alright. First an archer and then blacksmiths. We are late to get more people on board, so you go there. Help your friends. And then blacksmith like that. Ooh, a house. And a spearman. As soon as we can afford one. Oh, good timing. Right? Since we just made it. And then few upgrades to support our very important units that we may be late to add, but it's the thought that counts. Few farms because we will want to get to the next age eventually too. A second. Perhaps like that. Okay. Now few spearmen, few archers. That's all right. Okay, let's see what they have to show for us. Now we have invested quite heavily to this army of ours. That may not get any results right away, but so we are not spending any resources on that. What we will need instead is a steady amount of farms, because we will want to be able to see, and then just go through the walls if possible. Or we could try to patrol here and there and just see if we have what it takes to few extra villages, yes. Then it's done. And as I was about to say, just to see if you have enough power to punch a hole to their defenses. Well, that's not probably what I was about to say, but I couldn't remember, so there's a tower, alright. So at least there is a chance that they have lost a few. No. Now if only we had the defensive upgrades in place too. Okay, but this is going surprisingly well, I would say. Run. Okay. And then we have the scout in place. Their scout is inside, but well, we didn't notice that in the beginning, so are we going to witness or care about that now? We probably aren't. We still should be able to kill quite a few units. Let's see. Alright, back to work you go. Right, and then onwards with the pressure. Another tower attempt. Few more. Oh, right. And up we go before we forget. Alright. Upgrade for the spearman as well. Perhaps it's time we come here as well. Have some discussion. So now we can expect to get some knights. Right, there they are. So extra spearmen are probably in order. A few units could help by producing something like this. Let's try to get through from there. Hello. Ooh, and more houses. And then let's prepare for the next phase. More gold. And where are the knights? Right, so that's good. That we can't afford. That's a very good idea. Right, we are floating quite much wood currently, so let's try to fix that. Farm there. And then oops. We are perhaps a bit late with that, but let's see if it's still enough. Let's see if they have gone outside as of yet. Oof. Okay, well that's good. Okay. And let's forget about those. We can't help everyone. Few people there. Few more farms. Oops, well, it's alright. The fifth one is there, okay? And how do we do? Okay, let's go through and see what waits us on the other side. At least we are spending our resources quite well here, so that's good. Dum 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 dum. Here we go. I'm not sure if that's the way they should dance. Like if it would make sense to dance like that actually, but of course that's what they do and that's alright. Upgrade. Few units, good garrison there. And then after that, let's try to get another one. Now the knights are good and all, but if you see your opponent going for pikeman, then it probably makes sense to try to think of alternatives to. Alright, but we should be thinking about alternatives as well, and not just advising other people with how to play their games. Oops. So houses. Dun, dun, dun. Where are all the brave woodcutters that we used to have? And have they already escaped? Perhaps. But would we know if that was the case? Right, so new walls. And they may be booming quite nicely here, I don't know for sure. Additional upgrades might make sense. Another ram, why not? And what else do we have? Right, lack of wood, lack of houses. They are also okay. Let's do this just to get some presents. But this is not what we usually want to do, but in this case, since we are ill prepared for this aggression, I think it's alright. But I think the course of action is very good for them. To utilize the knights that they have at their disposal. Okay, let's not move. That might be a mistake that we would gravely regret later on. Few extra houses and then more stone. Oh no. Well, that was not what we wanted, but that's what happened, so. Let's see if we are able to help any villagers. Not necessarily, not probably, no. But luckily, we know where to get more of these. And that's with the help of a monk. A fellow monk. Always the friendly one. Alright, OldManShouts resigned despite perhaps despite denying the castle. So that was a 1,000 a play from their end. A nice attempt, I would also like to add. Reminded me of my defense struggles in this very same map. But I don't think this is the sort of thing I was referring to a few hours ago when I mentioned that that at this 1000 elo level you don't really know what sort of opponent you are facing. Because they might be someone who has just started, or they have hovered around this this level for years. Because for example, OldManShouts has played fewer games than we, based on the public statistics. 50 games so far. Win rate is more or less 50, and they have specialized, might be the right word for that, on Franks on Hideout. So what is it then? Fast castle knights probably, and then overwhelm your opponent. And now they're they could have captured the cow, so they were very active very early. Huh. Half a minute idle TC time, so very similar to us in that fashion. But they are only like beginners, just like us. So that's neat. I've scouted the. This looks like the work of a auto scout. Which gives me the sense that they may not have all the actions required to make all the decisions, or to deliver, or to execute all the ideas that they may have, because right now it would make sense to follow the walls to see if there are any buildings, but I don't know if at this level people, like, I might show a barracks for example, so sure. And I don't know if anybody opens Hideout with militia rush or dark age rush. I for some reason doubt that. So there's like, there are very little benefits from scouting during the dark age, but as soon as we hit feudal, they try to scout the walls to see if there is something that they might be able to see. Okay, so they were just auto scouting until the important time arrived. So that makes sense. Hunting deer. To get some extra food from that. Moving the gold. Not the greatest farms. Or perhaps it is because the mill is there. Okay. Perhaps it's better than to have farm here because of the walking location at the bottom half of the farm instead of walking on the top part of the farm ever so often. I remember there was a video regarding that. So they know where our walls are, but they are ill prepared for this. But we are quite even. Like, they have few more villagers, less idle town center time, because we were busy doing stuff such as this, and the resources collected, so they are ready to click up at this stage. And this walling attempt was lacking. The tower is too late. Do they destroy it? Yes, they do. So they get most of the stone back. So we weren't able to do that, to destroy that. But here, so they lost the villager to Boar as well during the early hours. This reaction was very good. Some idle time, yes, but the push is slowed down due to my recklessness. And we have only managed to kill 3 villagers now. And Castle Age is here soon. They are only 1 villager behind. And of course, like, the good thing was that they were forced to... I'm not sure whether, like, they could have just created a scout or 2. I think that would have been better than to try to build towers to get static defenses for themselves. Because the stable is idle right now. So if they weren't too focused on trying to get to the castle age and to produce knights, then that's what could have made the game easier for them. Because now they get, this is the first knight, but we are getting upgrades. We are slow to the castle age. We are floating quite much food, for example, due to the macro slip because of this aggression, but it's only because we have been able to kill 11 villagers by now that we are alright with the fact that we are really slowly building any villagers whatsoever. So OldManShouts should still have a very convincing position despite the losses, because they are only a few villages behind. They have collected 1500 less resources than we have, and we are pushing them, so we have some presence, but it's only thanks to this timely pikeman upgrade and also the armor upgrade that we are able to get rid of their knights. But still we lose the archers that were supposed to be the backbone of our push, and this is more even than I presumed, because I thought that we were slowly killing them here and there, left and right, but actually due to the fact that we are only now, like, we added the town centers, but the idle TC time has been horrible, perhaps is a suitable word. So we are still only 12 villagers ahead. So if we hadn't killed, like, if they hadn't lost any villagers, we would be equal in numbers, despite all the pressure here and the fact that we have gotten away without any trouble in our base, thanks to the walls and thanks to the slow or thanks to the time it took them to push our base with the knights. Now they are leaving. They have 2 armor upgrades, so they are finally a match even against a small number of pikemen. And yeah, I can't help thinking that they are like a bit too stubborn. Perhaps that's a suitable attribute to someone whose nickname is OldManShouts. At Clouds, I'm fond of thinking. But this is a lucky thing that we noticed this in time. Because it could have taken a few kills before we would have noticed that there are knights in our eco. But still, 2 weak knights, or just 2 upgraded knights. But like, they have enough knights, so despite the fact that they are 20 villages behind, they are still producing in such a fashion that they are able to have, like, if they didn't send these knights here, they should be able to clean us quite convincingly. And now they were able to destroy the push is postponed thanks to me losing the villagers, but they still get the sense that alright, it's going to be a tough match. But the position they have here is still surprisingly good. Like, if they hadn't spent any stone on the towers, they could have built a town center and two, or perhaps even escaped, that I didn't notice, or couldn't have noticed early enough. And then they could have boomed with the farm bonus. Okay, well, this was I was expecting that this would have been a very one-sided game, but actually it seems that they defended quite well, and due to the fact that we weren't able to produce from the town centers, and we didn't have, we don't have too many farms even now. They have lost few farmers, of course, but there are still at least 16 farms that are still edible, and we only have 21 farms. We should have way more than that, one might think. And we could be adding something like knights, for example, of ourselves. Our forward was really slim. More villagers would have made sense. Now we only sent 2 and had 1 converted villager to join us. Alright, good game. And since that was so quick, let's play one more. And perhaps also because we happened to win that one. Hold on, are we still here? We are? Because we were supposed to check the OldManShouts kill death ratio barely in our favor. If we had taken better care of our army, it would probably look way nicer. But here the they were very limited. I don't know if they were playing with Xbox controllers or something like that. That, if that was the case, then wow. But in any case, they were thinking their clicks and still managed to play that well. So we have leaps and alright, well, I didn't show you the stats, so I'll try that again. So the most important stat that I was interested in was this APM tab that showed that they had peak 41 and their general eco-military and overall actions per minute stat was only 13. So action per few seconds. No, we have much better stats to show for, but since it's that smaller number, it gives me a reason to think that perhaps they were playing with a sort of handicap when it comes to controls. Would also explain how they weren't able to build up the walls in time and so forth. Alright, just a second. No. Do we have a sound issue now that we have a game? And no. And Golden Pit, one of the maps, like the previous one, where we haven't been able to secure ourselves a victory as of yet. So let's see how it goes this time when we get to play Vikings against Mongols. And there you go. And like that. Good luck, have fun. And it's 38 seconds. Alpha, or a similar nickname to that. So with the gold that we get on a map like this, we usually have enough resources for one major push come. Right, let's see. Next villager builds a house. Okay. Come the final age. Ooh, okay, let's study the whereabouts like this. The house. Make it quick. You're late. And why did I think that we got more scouts to like more sheep? Like, perhaps it's just my mind playing tricks. That cannot be. But then again, their scout is here, so it might also be that that's the reason why we had little hard time. Always willing to laming. Alright. So they are not here to have fun or anything. They are here to win. Okay, let's just hope that that causes them some idle time. So we will have a chance, despite the fact that things look grim. Right? At least they didn't steal our boar, so that's good. So perhaps I was right to witness a few extra sheep that were then stolen from us. And we also could use a house. So make that happen and make it quick. Alright, well, that was tolerable. Well done, everyone. You have made us very proud. So they will have some extra food to start their journey with. But no. And we have some idle time that's not too great, but okay, so this is how the game is played. Now you know, if you were ever wondering. This is the way. Okay, so do we have enough food? We should have, but do we have all the buildings? Of course, again, we should have, but Alright, so it's loom o'clock, and then let's hope for the best o'clock. And in you. Oh no. So do we have enough to get up? Well, aren't they clever players? Alright. So what do we do now? We place a barracks, not there, but here. And then, right, back you go. We already have loom, but I just forgot about that. Because I was so focused on other things. Surprisingly. But let's see. Right, Mongols, so we can expect to see some scouts from them. And it will be surprising if it is in the scouts play, I would think. And then we will want to get to the farms quite fast. One more run. Okay. Let's see if we can make that happen too. A few extra villages, and then let's see. Spearmans. Let's make it quite a few. So the only thing we need to worry about is if the Mongols get to the Magyars, which is of course what they are aiming to do, or they should be aiming to do, but alright. But I don't think they have much else going for them. Oh, we are lacking that. And then we go there, okay. So you go help there. And then, no, change of plans. Still playing single scout, okay. And then archer range, yes, splendid choice to get us through times such as these. No, it shouldn't be the surprising move from them to aim for a quick castle age either. Alright, let's forget about that and get ourselves some gold. Okay, so there are few archers, few spearmen, very good. Mining camp, just like this. More people to join the party. Alright, and are we still producing? Barely, but that's just the way to go. Alright. Alright, but you already had. Oh, I just forgot about this. Very good. Good thinking, us. Good thinking, everyone. Alright, and let's see if we can make a dent at the gold mine. Alright. What do you plan to do with that then? Few extra people. Let's see. Now we need more gold. We need more houses. Alright, then we will invest that instead. Alright. Ooh, and we get to see the army. Can we? Okay, very good. Few skirmishers just to top things off. Actively using their villages, very good. Stone wall? Well, that's the first time I've seen that. Berry is there, okay. And then away we go. And perhaps we could try to, let's leave you there. But you could come here and start harvesting the gold that we may have over there. Right. And this should be the end of that, unless they play really well, like superiorly well. Right, and what do? We build farms. Okay, few units there, and then gold it is. Few gold miner, no, gold harassing units there. Let's see if we are in time to prevent that from making a dent. Well, that was a long distance kill, if I ever saw one. More houses. Oh no, we may be late to get to the castle age, I'm afraid. We don't even have people doing the... Ooh, right. Should have killed that earlier. But now they know. So let's see if we have enough of an army to prevent them from attacking us. Few extra villages, why not? Okay, coming our way. That's alright. Goodbye night, as we are fond of saying. What a great army control we have there. Like killing the correct units left and right. Right, and we should be clicking up. So that's what we will do next. Few extra pikemen just to secure our defenses here. And what do we have? All of a sudden they lost a few of their key units, I might say. Alright, are we still producing? Let's go help our teammates. Because it looked like they were planning to build a castle, but I'm not sure about that. Here's the castle. Alright. Villages there. there and 10. Nice tower rush attempt 2. And let's see if we are in a position to defend against that presence of theirs. Perhaps with just the right unit composition we should be in a secure enough position. Let's secure some wood for us. And then extra villagers, pikemen, some skirmishers, why not? And then it's going to take a while for us to oops, in you go. To the rescue. Oh no, to the safety. I mean, to the safety we go. And that's that, right? And a few villages there. And then the next. Oops. So it was. So I saw it correctly, even though I didn't understand it right. What a way to throw our units and arrows off. Don't they know how to play the game? Right, so let's move here just to get more efficient. Oh, let's actually forget about that. So what we need is of course a town center, for example, here, but that's that. All right, so they are scouting a bit, but what then? So what? Few farms, and I think we could start then thinking about not only raiding our opponent. Let's see if there's a chance. Are they still playing it open? No, we saw the stone walls earlier, so they are probably not playing it open. And then the Magyars probably appears now that they have a castle at their disposal. So we have plenty of gold, but we don't need gold. We need other resources. So 1, 2, 3. Let's make it happen. A few extra villages there. Ooh, what's this now? If only we had a okay, and one more time. And there it is, and here we go. Oh no, how dare they? All right. Let's see if we have it to focus on the right units. Well, too bad for you, but of course I'm not very good, was good game. But now the problem, of course, is that they are back in the, or they are still in the game, and we are ill positioned to carry on with the way we are currently playing, so alright, more farms, right? And then we should be slowly getting to the point where we can produce units that make dent. So the other upgrades that we are still lacking. Stone mining would be nice. Was the sheet of army? Never think this. With the sheet I lost all. I'm not sure. I am surprised as well. A few houses would be nice. But now, the problem is that when they get to the next age, they're probably overcutting here and there. They will be able to produce the units that we don't like too much. And it's going to make things that much more difficult. And by the units, I mean the trebuchets. And we don't have too much resources at our disposal for long, that is. First we could also try to add a few stables. No? Right, yes. Alright. And let's see if we can make this work. And in we go. Attack bonus versus cavalry, not too bad. Let's do this, and then perhaps we could try to get to the next age. Right? Let's see if we have what it takes. Ooh, this is still happening? Okay, well this is nice. Run! Oopsie, well we weren't supposed to show that to them, but here we are, so why not? Alright, what's keeping us from getting to the next age? The lack of gold, alright? So let's produce few units of different values. Let's see what's going on here then. If only we had a market. then we might be able to get to this 800 gold ever that faster. Alright, still lacking a few key things, such as, right, back you go. Well, we should be able to prevent that from happening. So in you go. How are we doing here? There's a town center, alright, what about here? Alright. Another castle prevented, hopefully. What about ballistics? Some cavalry upgrades would be nice, why not? Let's see what they are doing over here. Ballistics, very good. More gold would be nice. Perhaps we could try to build our own town center there as well. Murder holes just in case. Still holding steady here. Let's see how things are looking over here. And a few extra units could help here too. Shoot, okay, well, we shot all the right people at the right time, so no worries there. Just in we go and carry on with the tasks at hand. And things will be just fine. Alright, let's send our next wave of units. See if there's something we can try to make happen here. Move here. And you can come here, but don't go any further. Here's the relic. Extra villagers would be nice. XD. Thanks for the game and for the commentary. If you don't mind me saying that. Right, so Alpha had the position close to the coal mines and tried to force the game to end sooner, that they had the resources to actually make happen, I would say. Okay, well, surprisingly good game for us, but probably against an opponent that didn't expect this sort of resistance, and we were able to delay, like, prevent this castle here, delay this castle, and also delay that castle down there. So XD. But nice commentary we got, from my opinion. Let's see. So good luck, have fun. Wow, very good. Was GG. Thanks. Was the sheet of army. Never think this XD. With this sheet I lost all. I am surprised as well. XD. GG, thanks for the game and for the commentary, if you don't mind me saying that. Was the closing remark, and I'm not seeing any replies after that, so perhaps that was that. But it was a tough one, I would say. Like, It shouldn't have been, but thanks to the raids that we got in, perhaps we were able to make it that much harder for our opponent to stay in the game. Let's see, so they start with instant, like finding their own sheep, of course, right away, and they are in front. So there's a long, not long distance to our base. 2 sheep. Almost got the 3rd one there. Now they get that. So 3 sheep extra, or herdable goat extra that they got, and also some villager damage and idle time. But they have also gotten 1 minute of idle TC time, so the blaming came with a cost. And here's the mill. So they got what, 300 resources, but also wasted 2 villages, 3 villages now. Well, we also have lost a villager due to idle TC time, but it hasn't been too much. And they also were floating a bit of the, well, they could have clicked up quite a bit sooner. That was probably in their books as well. And now what happens? They have 2 mills. This is probably not a good way to start. I don't know why they need gold. Okay, well, they should be able to click to the castle age like right now. Why aren't they doing that, if that's the case? Only 3 on food, so something was off there. Perhaps 1 more deer and they would have had it. Also horse collar. Why would they do that? Like, without these economic upgrades, they could have clicked up as soon as they got the buildings down. So here's the archery range. I don't know if they were following a build or just playing as they went. Perhaps this was no build, or that's just something that they felt like might work. And also the idle TC time, 3.5 minutes. So perhaps this is something that is enough. When playing with Mongols, they collect from the hunt faster, so they were able to get to this like very nice looking amount of food quite fast, and are only 200, so 5% behind in the resources collected, and are even able to idle our town center with 2 archers and a pikeman without upgrades. But luckily we also had our archer range set up, so. But this could have happened a minute or 2 earlier, so I don't know if they, like, if that was something that they, it's a surprise to notice that they were like sort of lacking, for example, that there was something off in the build, even though they managed to steal 3 sheep, so they got 300 extra food. They were still lacking a couple of hundred, so that's odd. Now they are on the stone, and we didn't notice that. They have also spent resources on stone walls, which is very seldom advisable thing to do. By chance they witnessed this forward gold mining operation of ours, and luckily their eco balance was a bit off, like now they only have 4 people on food. So they are late to farms, even though they have horse color. So they are only able to afford a few nights. And then they are forced to send, like they are severely behind in villages. Despite being on castle age, they aren't even queuing more of them. So the game plan was to push us out with the little that they have, it seems, and the really small trickle of units was enough to, well, not to prevent this castle from happening, but to prevent any serious losses. So they weren't able to overwhelm us with the, like a night or two. Now we are in the castle age. We have 8 villager lead, despite losing a few that we didn't have to lose here, fighting under the castle. And here they are soon starting to think about yes, this evil knight, and simultaneously second knight. Perhaps they misread the game a bit, but so did I, because I thought they were in a convincing position when actually they were still just 2,000, there's 4 people on food. So they are not able to constantly produce villagers. So the game plan they have at this stage is to create Magyars from the castle, a few camels to fight the potential knights perhaps, and then end the game with the forward castle. Like, that's all we need, was probably the thinking process there. Still lacking upgrades, so bloodlines, no armors. Do they have blacksmiths? They do, and they are alright, they do, yes, makes sense, because they had fletching underway, so I could have guessed that. And here they have 20 villager. They are 20 villagers behind and are preparing this offensive castle, to which we react with a poorly positioned defensive castle that they were. Just took us a while to get the last pieces of stone, and then we had to reposition that due to these villagers. But now what's going on? So we have huge number of people. Like, where did their army go? They had few horses. So what was that? Alright, so there's one Magyars there, fighting against the skirmisher. So this was the greatest battle of the game. And what do we have? Like few Magyars, horse archers, and that's that, right? 2 horse archers, cavalry archers, 2 Magyars, 1 Khmer archer, and we have 6 pikemen, 2 skirmishers, and 1 archer. But luckily the castle is somewhat in reach of the town center, which is usually what you want to do, but still. So we are able to fight the villagers that are walling themselves in, despite having no ranged units left at the moment, right? And then we get the castle up, and they are very close. Well, 82%, so that's not exactly very close. And now they only have 20 villagers, and they should hurry. We should be able to end the game now. If I had read this correctly, I didn't know that 700. Also, this was GG. It wasn't. It wouldn't have been necessarily. Of course, it would have given them a nice position, but due to the lack of army, that's like, well, Eco killed 16 to 6, so we lost 3 villagers. during the raids here and there, and perhaps during the castle building phase as well. Alright, so they are again producing villagers after realizing that this wasn't as easy a game as it could have been. But here we could be like, since we have an armor upgrade, we could at least be checking how many villagers they have here. I was expecting that there was a plenty, but we could have positioned a few archers here and there to make their work harder. Instead of doing that, we are idling this army for almost the rest of the game. And Alpha is surprised that counter units work against his plans, and only now is he starting to like invest to an eco. So it's game again, and there is perhaps, if not a panic mode, at least sort of hurriedness that oh no, well, oopsie, that was a throw. Actually the throw happened before, but it's very hard to know that. I didn't realize that they had neglected creating more villagers, for example. It was like times like these that showed that they weren't necessarily paying too much attention. Oh, I could have prevented the town center if I just had moved a bit. And also just moved a bit in general would have made sense, but still, being able to deny this castle for so long, it's of course very good. So they are down to 25 villagers. Still, since they are holding this position, we could be moving in here as well simultaneously. Since the reaction, it happens, but it's not always on spot, correctly timed. So we could have made more happen here. And then they carry on with the castle building attempt and have lost 23 villagers. And I'm wondering, like, they have 30 villagers now because they have been able to constantly produce here. Yes, the castle, that's quite out of reach. Castle's up, 7 villagers inside. The resources collected is double in our favor, so it shouldn't surprise them that we are soon able to click to the next age too. It's been a while since we... Oh, so that's where the hole was. Alright. We could have sent these units in as well, since we got in. But, well, like... I may have overlooked them once or twice. So... And here we are losing quite some time trying to chase that single villager. And even though we are able to slow down the castle time and kill once more villagers, it's still a castle that's eventually going to go up. And they are playing with 30 villagers against 90 and have lost 32. Still queuing 2, but just 2. And there's a Magyars. Doesn't do enough damage against us. We are finally moving in with this force, raiding under the castle because we can. They are down to 23 villagers. Here harassing this castle while taking losses, but still they are down to 12 villagers. Perhaps when they checked back to their eco and realized that they don't have much, like no one is collecting anything at the moment. We are Imperial Age. Yes. Well, I'm glad we got to play this to the end. So in the end, they, perhaps due to the fact that they got to lame us and like the start of the game and the way they played with their scouts, for example, presumably like this nice nice time of attention and nice way they spent time and use their attention to move the scouts to harass villagers, for example. Now came with the cost of losing the macro and the eco side of the game, but that's probably what gave them the idea that this would be an easy win. Just play with the scouts, then get to Magyars, get the center under control, and that would be that. Because they were like constantly at least doing stuff with a very similar speed as we are. So well played, but of course from economical point of view it's hard to win a game if your opponent is able to keep on producing, even though we had some hardship in the beginning of the game. I reckon we would have lost if they just would have kept the TCs producing. But there was some missteps in the build, because they ended up with too little food to get to the castle edge in a fast format. Don't know what, but perhaps later on I'll be advanced a player enough to be able to make sense out of that too. Alright, and just like that, it's time to wrap it up for the day. We are more or less in the position where we started, so 950 or so ELO, or 930 something. So the stream will end shortly. Thanks for sticking by. We have played a few games on the ladder indeed. Zura gave this clever arena build for us to test, but we haven't played any arena games today. First time ever, so no new discoveries on that front. We have focused a bit on not wasting units, even though we still do. We have tried to spend resources, but it's still going to take some more practice to get there. We have analyzed all the games apart the two that we played against the opponent who wanted the rematch. We have rejoiced, and we have indeed made friends and kept the ones we have collected so far close to our souls. There are probably things that we could add to this list, but the main important takes from the game as per today were that we should take our opponent seriously if they are trying to amass knights, for example, or archers. And then, like this time, in the last game, if we didn't produce a few skirmishers and a few pikemen, we wouldn't have had the forces to fight off the forward castle choppers, and then they would have been able to pull that off with just 20 villagers. So I'm glad that we were able to do that. Shows that we have improved a bit. At least that's the, like, even if it's a sort of simple thing to do, we should try to produce the counter units, even if it's what our opponent is going to expect, just to get to the next round. So that's the take for the day. Oh, but alright. Thank you all for sticking by. Perhaps we will see some a future day as well, and hope you have a pleasant life ahead of you, as we all might just have. Alright, take care, see you around, and for the last time, let's verify that we are audible while leaving the goodbyes. And indeed we are. Alright, take care, and see you around, and bye.